Morning, everyone. A little bit of a late start. Welcome to the live trading room for Thursday, April the 15th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? And can you hear me? Yes, thank you very much. You guys are well trained. Giving you the yes without even asking. Okay, so just a little disclaimer here. I am short GSK from 38.12. I posted that in the post alert section. I'm short this GSK at 38.10. I've covered some at 37.72. Why did I do it? If you know Chris Farley he actually used to be in the room a lot, but he's now working for Trade Ideas. But he noticed a while ago that when you get these little crazy looking flash bottoming tails, a lot of time they look unrealistic that it actually really traded down here. And he said, a lot of times they tend to fill in. So, and I've noticed this time and time again. So anyway, that's why I took this trade. If you're wondering why I took the GSK short, is because of this big bottoming tail here on that 15-minute chart. So far it's working okay. Let's see if it keeps moving down. So that is the reason I took that trade. Paradox, good morning. Now, I got to tell you guys, really kind of scrounging the bottom of the barrel here, trying to find, for me so far, the GSK has been okay, but just really scrounging here to find ideas. Again, not too many gappers. One of the ones, though, this Lucan, this is on the pink sheets, of course, now. If you're into pink sheet stocks, this is ripping. LKNCY is... actually, it's come off the bottom here the last few days, off 823 up to 11, and looking left on that daily chart, looks like the high is 1163. So again, this is the old, it's not Lucan Coffee, LK, and got delisted on the pinks now. They did have some news this morning. So anyway, if you're into the pink sheet stocks, there is one for you. Let's take a look at Coinbase. What happened to Coinbase this morning? So, had the big IPO yesterday, big sell-off from the highs of about 430 all the way down to 300 or so. Little rally after hours and kind of holding the after hours rally, kind of holding. It's up $20, 6%. I know was one that I would have liked to have tried to have shorted. I just couldn't really find the top. Obviously there is the top. I know other virus play, they claim they got something to do with the variant. So I know had a big pop this morning. KXIN, is it still holding its gap? Yeah, another one, look at this big topping tail, big bottoming tail. They've done some kind of an acquisition. KXIN have done an acquisition. Another nonsensical one. TAOP, I watched this one. TAOP, it is a crypto play. I think they bought some kind of a big machine. Purchase agreement with Bitmain for Antminer S19J Pro Bitcoin mining machines. So anyway, that was the news for TAOP. I watched this one. It gapped all the way up to 9, pulled all the way back. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Talked about the GSK. Gamble, GMBL is it still gapping up? Yeah, a little bit of a gap up. Why not? They're joining the crypto craze. They had a crypto press release this morning, GMBL. Yeah, just getting to that one actually. Space. Yeah, Branson sold, I think, $150 million worth of stock. Still has 27% of the company. So, you know, it's not like he's 27%. I don't know what. There's the float. I don't know how many shares outstanding there are, but it's probably pretty close. Anyway, he still owns a whack of space, but he did sell off 150 million. APXT looks like they've released sort of preliminary results that had a big pop after hours. Got up to 1236. APXT. It is a. Yeah, I don't quite get it. If it's a blank check, I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something here. I thought I read Apex. Make sure this is the company. Heavy Point announces preliminary first quarter APX. Yeah, I don't quite get it, but anyway, there was some news. It was a news released after hours for APXT. You can see that if it can take out, what did it get up to? It got up to 1236, which is almost just a little bit above the high of that day, which is about 5 days ago. And I'm just looking, don't see anything else in my list. I mean, again, a very, very sparse list this morning again. All right, let me go and check to see what's happening from briefing.com, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, not too many of each. I'll get some of them in right now, get the upgrades in. See if there's anything interesting. Rattler, RTLR, I haven't seen that one for a while. Upgrade by Raymond James. ZKIN is moving again, making new pre-market highs. ZKIN. All right, there are some of the upgrades. We'll get the downgrades in. Not as many downgrades this morning. Intel getting a downgrade from Raymond James, INTC. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Bored, Razak. How are you? Just waiting to see if this GSK can keep moving down for me. That's my little pre-market trade. Take a look at Levi and see what it is doing. That's kind of maybe my idea of a potential swing trade. Come on. Just a minute. Yeah, so there's a high of yesterday, 27.73. So it's a little bit below that, but again, I'm not saying to take it, not a recommendation, but to me, it's kind of I'm not a big swing trader, as you know, but it's kind of interesting. Retail seems to be picking up a bit. Let's take a look at every sector this morning is up except for the utilities, but every other sector is up to varying degrees, of course. Whereas retail, XRT right here, again, we're just obviously very early. And Bank of America released earnings this morning. Now, let's see if this does a little bit what like Wall Street, Wells Fargo did yesterday. WFC. Again, I don't typically trade these stocks with the float, but WFC had a great day yesterday, and it released earnings. At the beginning of the day, it kind of gapped down, and then look at this all day. I'm not saying BAC is going to do the same thing. It's another one of those big floats. But let's just watch it, see if it, for those of you who like playing a little more staid stocks, let's just see if it is a bit of a gap. It's starting to gap down a little bit, but I mean, it's down, what, 11 cents. See what it does on the open and see if it just starts to move. Yeah, nice on the QS. I saw you were talking about it, and some news right there obviously hit. I didn't see that in my list, but from briefing.com. Let me just put PLTR up here. I don't see that as a downgrade. This is what I see. Goldman maintains PLTR with a buy and target 34. CASA. Maybe you're not. Yeah, so not a downgrade. Thomas, good morning. All right, give me a moment, please, guys. All right, back again. Let's see, VIPS, choppy again. Just bringing it up because it's up 3.5%. Again, scraping the bottom of the barrel right now. SPY's up. Let's take a look at the SPY. I mean, I showed you the spider sector list. Everything is up except for utilities. SPY's actually going to put a nice little pop here, maybe. Well, not maybe. Starting off anyway. But look at this. Look at the range. You see, look at this. I mean, this is why very difficult to find anything that's really trending. I mean, there are trending stocks. Don't get me wrong. It's just not a lot of them. When you see the SPY doing something like this, narrow. So I reiterate, do not trade out of boredom. You can nickel and dime yourself to death if you start doing that. All right, this one is gap down. AMPG. Okay, AMPG. Well, look, I mean, this has got a lot of room underneath still. AMPG. What's the news on this one? Announces. Okay, so they're doing a financing, $23 million financing at $8.48 a share. $8.40. Whoa, that's way below the financing price. AMPG. So they're doing a financing. AMPG at $8.48 a share. So it's about $1 underneath the financing price. Typically what used to happen, but I don't know if there's anything typical anymore. You used to see a financing and for sure, you know, the stock would not be above the financing price. It would usually drift lower, but it's not the case all the time anymore. So anyway, but this one, AMPG, very low float, 5.6 million in the float. So I'm sure this is going to be very, very active. AMPG. Oh, that's right. It was a hit piece by somebody I don't know. The Scorpion, well, I don't know them all, of course, but the Scorpion Fund. Never heard of them before. Zach posted that earlier. Never heard of them before. Okay, so AMPG. So I'm actually just going to watch this one for a bit, see if it has a bounce actually back up to the financing price. This has been really whacked down. 749 is the low in the pre-market. If you look left, and there are shorts available. Okay, there are shorts available at Interactive Brokers. The low 751 here. So that's the next low looking left. It's at 755. And then right under there, I mean, there's 587. This is on the weekly chart, or that's on the weekly chart. There is another one, PPD. I noticed this one also, big pump after hours yesterday, PPD. So this is an all-time high. Trying to see what the... Okay, so this is a buyout. It's like a Thermo Fisher to buy contracts, a researcher. So this is a buyout for $17.4 billion, $47.50 a share. So it's a little bit underneath the price. If you're wondering why it's not there right now, well, a lot can happen. You know, between, I mean, this will not close for a while if it happens. I have no opinion on Kathy Wood's ARC's ETFs, Razak. Okay, I really don't. And she's in the news a lot, but I really don't have any opinion. I know some of the stocks that she's touting and all, but I really don't have any opinion on it. All right, I will get rid of these two, just minimize them. Get ready for this open. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then when you find my watch list, Barry's watch list, remember everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud if you have your layout up and running. Why? Because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Exactly. I know Zach can't hear me, but that's my not many gappers. Again, I can't wait for one of these to be full again. I mean, I long for the days when I used to show you these the gap up or gap downs. I don't care, really which one is full. But I used to have to stretch this out all the way to the bottom, and I still could not show you all the gappers or the gap downs. Okay, gap up or gap downs. And we've just really not had that much action. There's no question, Ina was the best short this morning. If you could find that top, before it hit 11, no question. The GSK is working. Oh, actually, it's working a lot better. I should be keeping a little more eye on this one. So I am short this one, 38.12 in the pre-market. And I covered some just at, 37.72. And why did I do that? Because of this bottoming tail here. I've seen quite a few times where you see these crazy looking bottoming tails and you can't believe that really happened. But they can start to fill in that gap. So that is why I decided to take that short GSK. Okay, less than a minute for the market to open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, don't be anxious to trade. You don't see a setup. Don't try to manufacture one just because you're bored. You want to be in a trade. And you know what? If you don't get a setup that you like all day, so be it. All right, we are going to be open in less than 10 seconds now. All right, we are now open. Let's see what happens. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I know I took that pre-market trade, but I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Okay, we have a little gap. Wow. Now, you know, the reverse can be true. You know, I was talking about the bottoming tail for a JSK and maybe catching up to it at some point. I mean, the reverse can be true when you have a big topping tail. So look at space, SPCE. Again, this is a buyout, guys, so don't get too excited about this. I mean, it's trying to get up to that buyout price. I think it was, what did I say, 47 something? 47.50 a share, that's PPD. All right, so let's see what the market is doing. So first 15-minute candle is starting out green on the SPY. The Dow's had a big pop. Okay, no disconnect so far this morning. No disconnect. We've got all the indices up. A lot of times we've seen the Dow up and Nas is down and vice versa. So we've got everything up so far. So this is why, this is how, I mean, look how whippy these things can get. I mean, there's that, again, I'm not sure if anybody was watching, if that was truly, I mean, that was a big topping tail for space. Looked like it was going to recover a bit, and now look at it. I mean, the first 15 minutes can be very wild. Not that everything settles down after the first 15, but that's typically why I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes. However, you know, and again, in my watch list up and down, these two windows, on purpose, I delay any alerts until 9:45. Not saying you'll get one at 9:45, but if you want to take earlier trades, I mean, here they are. This is from the watch list. Completely up to you. Bed Bath & Beyond cruising down. Let's see if the Reddit crew gets a hold of them again. I don't know. I mean, there's the low yesterday, 23.69. Earnings yesterday. All right, guys, I'm out of the GSK. I'm going to keep an eye on it to see if it resumes its downward trend, but I'm out. I've covered everything now. Nothing fantastic, but I'm going to see if it gets down to that 37.55 again. So I'm just going to put a price alert here for it. All right, guys, Muds, an all-time high right now. Muds, an all-time high. Where's that guy that was giving me flack a couple of days ago? This is the one I wish I had shorts for, TAOP from Interactive Brokers. Just no shorts available to me for TAOP. Wow, PLTR is just taking a big hit here. Oh, pretty big, I should say. It's down 6 cents, but some of these candles look ominous. But it's been moving steadily down. IJA, VIRC. Okay, let's take a look at VIRC. Let's see. So yeah, so that's one reason it's not showing up anywhere for me. Low volume, but 375 is a potential, I suppose. All right, let's take a look at INTZ, guys. INTZ, what sort of room does this have? 1944, looks like that's the next low looking left for INTZ. Terrible spread. I'm pointing it out. It is an AI alert, but it's a terrible spread. It's impossible to commit to it. 2081, 2132. All right, and I'll of course always be waiting for my option. Only one yesterday in the option plays. Not trading the options again, just looking for stocks with unusual option activity. Rite Aid. This is a sort of saw this in the pre-market. RAD. It was a earnings release, but man, look at it now. RAD. Wow. It's just taking a header here. The low looking left is 1761 right here on that daily chart. Boy, it takes that out. And it's got room down to that 15 level. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. Yeah, when it's early, especially something that, with a low float and a fairly expensive stock, yeah, you can expect big spreads at the beginning. Jim, yes, welcome, Jim. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Welcome to the room, Jim. Yes, I do, actually. So what I'll do for you, I usually go over this a little bit later, but what I'll do is I'm going to pop in my homepage link. Somebody's asking about my layout scans that I'm sharing. So there's my homepage link, Jim. So when you click on that, this is what you're going to see. So I'm just going to click on here. This is in this trading room. There's my tab, my homepage tab. And then there's the link, homepage link. You can always save the link because there's a lot of information on my homepage. And this is the scan section. Click here. And up here is my layout. This is the layout that you see. So there's my layout. But I have a lot of other individual scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so you can, if you have a layout already, you don't want to necessarily have my layout, but you want to take a look at some of the scans that I've created, you can do so. Okay? Wow, rad. $17.61. There's the low looking left. I mean, if it takes that out again, on that weekly chart, 1643 would be the next low on the weekly chart. Let's see what it, I mean, it looks like it just wants to keep going, but let's, it's early. It is early. To caution everybody about that. Yeah, nice move for Muds, guys. So this is a NFT play, all right? So if you don't know what the story behind Muds is, this is, of course, a blank check company, SPAC, and they're taking Topps, baseball card, historic. I call them an historic company from I don't know how many years back, 50, 60, 70, 100, I don't know. Anyway, Topps baseball cards, so they're taking them public. And of course, the conjecture is that those cards can get involved in this NFT sector. Yeah, so Jim, so if you left click on a chart, the question was how do you zoom in on a chart? So if you left click on a chart, just to make sure so Trade Ideas knows the chart you're on, left click on the chart, press down on the control key on your keyboard, keep it pressed down, and then, excuse me, with your scroll wheel on your mouse, you scroll in and out. So left click the chart, just so Trade Ideas knows there's your active chart. Just a minute, please. Sorry about that, I had a coffee ground stuck in my throat. Okay, so again, left click the chart, control key, press down on your keyboard, and then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? I didn't grind them well enough, that's all. Okay, let's take a look at RAD. Okay, so sorry about that, guys. I have put the wrong one there. There we go, that's what I wanted. All right, GSK is starting to move down again, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Again, this was my little short in the pre-market based on that bottoming tail. Maybe it would catch up to that bottoming tail somewhat. Didn't do too badly, but I have an alert set down here, 37.56. See if it takes out that low here and continues to maybe catch up to that bottoming tail. That was the bottoming tail 15-minute chart at 8 o'clock this morning. All times Eastern. All right, so that INTZ from the AI is working. The spread tightened up, so there was a chance to get into it. The spread did tighten up. It's only a 3-cent spread now. I've got a bunch of thumbnail charts on my other monitor, and all I see are just big bottoming tails on that first 15, big red not bottoming tails, sorry, big red candles on the first 15 minutes. Even though the market is still positive, very positive so far. You guys have been talking about AMC, yeah, definitely a Reddit Wall Street boys. Wall Street Bets. I call them the boys. Oh man, I mentioned that AMPG pre-market, and it is, boy, it is now not an all-time low. No, of course not. Down here it is, but it is starting to really get clobbered here. An 850 financing, and it's way below now, that financing price, way below. So Branson sells $150 million worth of stock, and Space takes a tumble. SPCE. Yeah, everybody's just buy Playboy and relax for the rest of the year. I'm kidding, but I mean, my goodness, what a run. PLBY. What a run. So nothing in this these two windows yet. What do I think about QS? Well, other than the fact that a hit piece came out, I mean, it's bounced. I mean, I don't have any other thoughts on it. I mean, a hit piece came out on them. Obviously caused the stock to move down, recovering now. I don't know the company. I mean, I don't know if you're asking me, do I think you should be buying it now or shorting it now? As you know, I don't make any recommendations like that. It's obviously had a bounce. I mean, big bounce. I don't know, overreaction to the hit piece. I don't know. Really did not work. Okay, I'm going to have to thank you for pointing that out. I think I know why. It's an old link. I have to get somebody to change that. Thank you for pointing that out. Hi, Texan. It's a problem, you know, that email invitation has gone out for years now, and that's my bad. I should have been, I think, yeah, sometimes those links are not valid anymore. Oh, Jim, okay. Yeah, this room is a little more active. Well, not a little more, it's a lot more active. It's easier for me to hand out links in this room. So YouTube's fine if you just want to hear me and see the screen. But if you want a little more interactivity with traders, then you know, you should be in what I call the main trading room. So those of you in YouTube, if you want to head over here, I can give you a link. Don't have to. Yeah, YouTube is a little, like a slight delay. There's no question. Ah, boy, I wish I'd had. This is the one I was salivating about, wanting some shorts. I wanted to see if maybe some shorts would come available later, but right from the get-go, there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for TAOP. Just a real fluffy little press release. You know, a big pop. Watch this one. Moving, moving, moving. All right, I know it's starting to come back. Now, why do I have an alert for WKEY here? Yeah, that's from yesterday. I can't remember really why I set that alert. WKEY. All right. Wow, this is a really cheap one. So UTSI made my watch list not as a potential short, but because of what happened yesterday, just in case it recovered this area and started to fill in this void, but obviously it has not. So I know 1011, 1011. So there's the alert. Again, this is a watch list. Doesn't mean you have to take the trade right off the bat. You don't have to take the trade ever. But this INTZ now from the AI is my patented stellar. This is a stellar trade from the AI now. Just had to let it settle down a bit in terms of the spread. Yeah, I don't know why I put the alert down here. Maybe just follow up here. I can't even remember what they do. Was this a crypto play or? Yeah, I think this is a crypto play. I think they had some kind of an announcement with, is it Casper? Something to do with Casper. Oh, NFT. I'm sorry. So this is it's an NFT play, or maybe it's a crypto play also. You know, these companies are going to try to say crypto, NFT, whatever works. Oh, I didn't even see this. So MUDs actually showed up on my options play, and it did not hold. So what I'm going to do here is stick an alert back up around 1411 and see if it recaptures that later on. You know, this is what we're seeing, what I've seen over the last 2-3 weeks, maybe even a month, just not a lot of stocks with great trends. I mean, I'm not saying there are none, but not a lot of stocks with great trends. You know, we're seeing so much choppy action. You know, I mean, I'm not expecting that a stock has to go straight up, but what we don't want to see, I mean, maybe a rest, you know, a little bit of a rest, a little pullback, that's fine. But I mean, you know, to go from 1416 down to 1354, that's a big percentage drop. Well, this one though, there's a trend. Okay, there's INTZ. There's a great trend. Great short from the AI. I mean, I'll go over this a little bit later, but I mean, there we are, 2113, 7% now. I wish I paid a little more attention to that as the spread tightened up. But if you have the AI, you know, no excuses for you guys. You have the AI and you're not doing what I'm doing, trying to moderate a room, you can pay a lot more attention to, you know, these setups. Here's another one. I mean, this AMPG, I'm sorry, AMPG, AMPG, just straight down now. Wow. I mean, this, Now, the only problem with Bed Bath & Beyond is if the Reddit guys get a hold of it again like they did yesterday. This was had this not been one of those Wall Street bets plays, my guess is that Bed Bath & Beyond would have kept sinking because, earnings came out. This was the reaction, sorry. This was the reaction. There's pre-market, market open, and it just started to tank. But I'm sorry, this is yesterday. Where am I? Yeah, so this is the pre-market yesterday, and it was just sinking on earnings. Looked really good, and then the boys got a hold of it. Now, will they leave it alone today? That's the issue. Yeah, just checking the shorts. Actually, you know what? There are not a lot of shorts. I don't know how many were available early on. Only 8,000 shorts available right now. I'm not going to do it now. I'm not going to chase it down now. But yeah, short availability right now at Interactive Brokers. Only about 8,000 shares. Okay, guys. Well, here's MUDS coming back. MUDS is coming back. Awfully whippy. There's a big bottoming tail. Let's see if it gets back over to the alert was at 1412. Let's see if it recaptures that and starts to move. I mean, again, it's an all-time high. Right there is the all-time high, 1417. So let's see if it catches up again and continues without all this whippiness. Thou shalt not chase. So I cannot take this one right now, the INTZ right now. 1901 is the next low looking left. You guys are talking about WHLM. Let's take a look at this one. WHLM. Oh, yeah, okay. So this is... Oh, Wilhelmina. All right, yeah, fashion model. Management. Big, yeah, big pop here this week. Is it all today? Not really, no. So it popped 3 days ago. Like that Monday. That's on Monday. But sold way off. I mean, it got as high as 1049 and sold all the way down to 690 or so. So it is recovering. Mohammed, that is a good one. I'm not going to be able to help you. I'll give you the home page so you can start a live discussion with somebody who can take a look at your account. It should have asked you to make a password, okay? If you've actually made the purchase. So let me just give you, because I would have assumed that in order to make a purchase, you would have to create a username and a password. So Mohammed, I'm going to give you the homepage link. Okay, go to the homepage, and when you do that, you'll see a little. It's not really a pop-up, but it'll say "Start live chat," something like that. And if you do that, then just say, hey, listen, I've just signed up. Give them the email address that you use to sign up so they can check your account, okay? And now we have a halt here for Wilhelmina. A big halt here. Look at this halt. So Zach was talking about ARDX, ARDX, ARDX. Yeah, just got this area right there to get through. I don't know if it'll do it today. So if you took this short from the AI, just be aware of that low here, 19. A couple of things, 1901. Also, it's a whole number. Doesn't mean it's going to block it, but just be aware. I'm always aware anytime a stock approaches a whole number. I mean, it may just jet right through, but okay, novice. I will take that compliment. You know what it comes from? My name has been mispronounced, my last name, all my life, so I'm always aware of even my first name. So I'm aware of trying to pronounce people's names correctly. All right, CLEU. What are you doing? Low float? Wow. Okay, another crazy low floater. 2.7 million in the float. Lots of volume just popped in here. I wonder one of the reasons why that relative volume is so low, 0.65, because it's looking back a few days here when this had, 60 million shares traded for CLEU. So, well, keep an eye on it. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 764 or so. And this is a China education stock. Let's take a look at Wahoo, WAPO. No, is it Wahoo? What is it? WAFU. WAFU. Let's see if it's reacting. Yeah, look at this one. So, okay, guys, we're in the China education stocks for whatever reason are popping right now. Okay, WAFU, and the other one I just mentioned, CLEU, and EEQ. Okay, EEIQ. Yeah, they're all, so these China education stocks, again, they're popping right now. Now, when this happened, I think sometime last week, they did not hold their gains. You can see, I think this is, well, these are 2 days. Look at the big topping tail. I think this is the day I'm referring to, though. They came out of nowhere. And then they closed down. And well, they're both halted now. WAFU is halted, and yes, the EEIQ is halted. What do I think of NNDM? Okay, let's see. Haven't seen that one for a while. This is a crypto play, isn't it? I can't remember anymore. It's a 3D play. That's right, 3D. What do I think of it? Not much, right now, anyway. I mean, for what? There's a big float, $250 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. I don't know, is there any news on it? Yeah, so I don't I really don't have any feeling for it whatsoever. I mean, it's just doing nothing. As a short, if it takes out this area here, maybe, but other than that, I really don't have a feeling on it. Well, I guess we should keep an eye on this CLEU because it did not get halted. The other two China education stocks did get halted. And it's a very low float. It's probably the lowest. Check the other ones out. WAFU. Actually, no, that's not true. So, I mean, again, this is a very, very low float. 1 million a little over 1 million in the float. For WAFU, I bet you EEIQ is going to be the same. Don't even have float information for them. It's the only way these things can do what they do. You have to have such a low float to get these huge percentage moves. Oh, this is not a huge one yet. Keep an eye on this. I mean, it did not get halted. The other two did get halted. Well, TAOPMS is, TAOP long. Well, I looked at this press release this morning. I think they bought some fancy Bitmine computer. I don't know. I mean, that was the news. It popped all the way up to 9. It's pulled. I mean, it's given it all up just about. It's almost going negative. All right. Zach mentioned ARDX just a little while ago. So it's above last week's high. Boy, look at this volume coming in. ARDX. There was no news. I don't see the news today. I see some news yesterday. That was yesterday's news about collaboration partner Kirin initiates late stage trial in Japan for their drug. So that was the news yesterday. Decent reaction, but this is like maybe a follow-up reaction to it. Look at the volume that came in. So WAFU resumed. Boy, I mean, this CLEU, guys, I mean, it didn't get halted. It didn't have the surge. I mean, it's risky, very risky, that with that float, but it is definitely on the move. It lagged just a little bit behind the WAFU and the EEIQ. Oh, I have no idea if it's going to bounce for a day trade. I mean, honestly, I have no idea. I don't forecast things like that. I have no idea. You're talking about the TAOP. I have no idea. All I can say is that it's had a huge sell-off. Okay, so the news right now has been viewed as fluff. I mean, could it bounce? Sure, anything's possible. It's a low float, but I'm certainly not going to predict it. Yes, Ralph. So we have what we call consecutive candles. The question was, just in general, when there were 3 higher 5-minute bars. So we have something called consecutive candles. So on the 5-minute, so add the filter, and you could put 3 here. So it's a minimum. So that means there's three 5-minute candles going up, as an example. Okay, we have different time frames. Whoops. 1 minute, 2, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, and a day. So, short answer to your question is yes. As I say, I mean, these are going to be very whippy. CLEU. Not shortable for me. WHLM, it just resumed. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Just a minute, please. Well, it depends on your broker. Amass is TAOP, easy to borrow. There are no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I mean, I can't speak for every broker. No, EEIQ is open now. Just open at 10:12. Wow, it's a fast morning so far. Well, now this is approaching an all-time high. WHLM, the all-time high looks like around 1090. No, how can that be? Just a second. 1412 looks like the all-time high for this one. I don't know if they changed symbols, symbol name change here. Let me just back this up to see if they're. No, I guess not. Here's the all-time high way back here, 2016 for WHLM. Okay, guys. So as I said before, with this one, the INTZ, if you were in this, I mean, this is, I believe, almost to the penny. 1907 is the low, and what was that? 1901. So not quite to the penny. I was saying, if if you were in this one, just be really aware of that. And it's bounced a little bit. Doesn't mean it's not going to keep going down, but just be just. Whole thing is look left on a daily chart, weekly chart, monthly chart, check to see where the next lows are. And a lot of times that can give you a bit of a clue where a stock could bounce. In this case, I mean, almost to the penny. Yeah, so it looks like these China education stocks are just sort of flash in the pans for a bit. There's no big trend. They had to be in and out quickly. That's what happened the last time also. Yeah, same thing here. So, I mean, a couple came into the options, but so the months is still interesting. If it can get back over 1412, there was the alert. The ARDX was really extended, when we got the alert. I mean, you could have taken it for a little bit of a gain, 899, but it was so extended. So what I'm going to do is just stick another alert at 899 and see if it takes it back later on. A little over 9, in fact. Just going to put an alert just over 9. All right, guys, I think I'll start my spiel a little bit early. Normally I wait till about 10:20, between 10:20 and 10:30. But first of all, before I do start the Trade Ideas spiel, where is that? Okay, here's a link. I want to talk a little bit about the test drive that is coming up. All right, so we're having what we call a test drive that starts on May the 10th, and it will run from May the 10th to May the 21st. Those are 10 trading days. So there is a test drive link. When you click on it, what you're doing is you're basically just filling this out, and then when the test drive, when we get a firmer day, I'm pretty sure it's going to be May the 10th, but about a week before May the 10th, you'll get the sign-up instructions, okay? So for $8.99, you'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. So by filling out this email, you'll then, you don't have to worry about missing it. You'll just get the email back saying, okay, here's how you sign up. You know, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, but if you sign up, or if you fill this out right now, then you'll get an email notification how to sign up for it, okay? So again, for $8.99 for 10 full trading days with Trade Ideas to try out the service. And if you're a standard subscriber, you can do the same thing for $8.99. You can upgrade to premium for those 10 days if you want to try out our premium service, okay? So that is the test drive link. We used to do it like clockwork 4 times a year, but you know, we haven't had one since November, I believe. So I don't know when the next one will be after this. We might only do 2 a year. Yeah, not so much. You can't do a back test like that, Ralph. No. Not with that type of a trailing stop, no. Okay, let me just go into, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're brand new to the room today, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. I'm going to pop my homepage link into the YouTube room. Okay, in the main room, if you can find my homepage tab, maybe have to scroll up a little bit, but there's my homepage tab right there. So when you click on it, there is the link right there that you click on there, and it'll take you right to my homepage. And on my homepage, there is a lot of information. And so, you know, there's so much information that what I would do is I would just save the link so you can take a look at it later on. If that's what you want to do. I'll talk about taking out a subscription right now. I see eBet, another one that just, let me just take a look at eBet. Oh, esports. Wow. This is an IPO yesterday? I guess an IPO today. So this is an IPO today, eBet. And it just got halted. All right, if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, again, here's the promo code you can use for 15% off. The first month only, or the entire year. So let's click on Get Trade Ideas. Show you how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. That's the main reason why people will take our premium service. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason. The AI gave you this one, you know, for early on, INTZ, as an example. Okay? Now you can go monthly. You don't have to go take on an annual plan. In fact, that's my recommendation. If you're not sure about this product, do not take on an annual subscription, okay? You can always start off monthly and see if you like what we have to offer. The standard is $118, premium is $228, less the 15% first month only. So if you go month to month, then the second month and going forward, this is what you'd pay. Okay, so that's my recommendation. We do see people they have no idea what our product is. They take on an annual subscription and then they're lost. So why would you do that? So take out a standard or a premium on a monthly, check us out and see if you like it. So here's more information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video now. I usually do it around noon. You can sign up for it right here. I think this is probably a very popular section from my homepage. This is the scan section. You click here, all my layouts, or not all my layouts. This is the layout that you see that I'm sharing. Okay, click Barry's layout. If you have a layout though that you don't like your layout, but you want to take a look at some of the scans that I've created, you can do that. This is why I've got all these individual scans here. This is one of my favorite ones, the moving higher with unusually strong options. But you can take a look at them all here. So that's why I'm saying if you save my link, you don't have to, that you can take a look at all these scans and the education at your leisure. If you're new to Trade Ideas, should almost make this mandatory. The 20 lessons. Okay, so when you click on the 20 lessons, this is what you'll see, literally right from the beginning, downloading it, the channel bar, top list, what is it? How to build one, alert window, how to create one, on and on and on, and intro to the AI, we nicknamed it Holly. Okay, so this is all the information about the AI right here. Okay, and it's all text-based. So I really, really recommend that if you're brand new to Trade Ideas, that you take a look at that. If you don't have Trade Ideas, you can also click on the link and you can see what we have to offer. These are the basic features. Excuse me, daily support sessions. So you'll hear me referencing a YouTube room. So I moderate that at the same time as the main room. But I do take a break around noon. So another one of the traders takes over between 12 and 1. Today is Thursday, so that will be Jamie. Those of you who know Trade Ideas, Jamie's been with us for a long, long time. So he's one of the traders, and he'll take over on Thursdays. So I will pop the YouTube link before I take my break. So if you want to head over there, you can do so. No point in doing it now. I mean, it's the same room. They see my screen, they can hear me also. So no point going over there now. But again, when I take my break, you can head over there. Of course, here's the free trading room that you're in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them all right there. More educational videos. And back to basics if you're brand new to trading. Really recommend you take a look at this little video series, okay? If you're brand new to trading, you haven't got a clue what you're seeing and how would you even start? Well, it starts off with what is a stock. So, I mean, it's about as basic as you can get, okay? So this is a nice little video series, very short clips. Trading books that we created. All this is free, of course, so a lot of information on my homepage. So save my link so you can take a look at all that more or less at your leisure. Okay, let me size this and I'll start talking a little bit more about Trade Ideas and what it is. All right. So, Trade Ideas, we're a scanner. We scan the stock, we scan the market. Basically the US market. We can do the Canadian market, but basically, we really focus on the US market. No futures, no crypto, no forex, just stocks, okay? So, we're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can have Trade Ideas. So buy a scanner. If you're new to scanning, this is an example of a scan that I put together called Basic New Highs and Lows. If I click on the configure summary, it shows you what the filters are that I'm using. You always start off with filters to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. This is a very powerful filter. The current volume is at least 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So I only want to see stocks that are trading abnormally. That's the whole idea. And some other filters are in place. So if these filters are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks. Okay, a very, very simple scan, one of the ones I'm sharing. And as always, I mean, if you want this scan, but you have a different idea about a price range, of course you can make a change. If you want a different price range, want stocks between 10 and 60, you just make the change. You just literally 10, 60, click on the summary, and you'll see how that has changed. Okay, I don't want to do that, but that's how you can, very easily done. So, what we did as a company is instead of making you learn a programming language, we created all these different alerts. These are all the alerts. When you see an icon that kind of looks like that, I'm not going to go over them all, and when you see icons that look like this, these are the filters. So again, we feel that as a company, for the vast majority of our subscribers, we have created enough alerts and filters that you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. You don't have to start off doing that, of course. You can take my scans. If you're brand new, you can take my scans. You can also head to the channel bar. Just give me a moment here. You can head to the channel bar. So from our toolbar, click on New and Channel Bar. And you see right here, we have got a lot of themed channels. Okay. There's a pre-market channel, EV, electric vehicle, crypto, NFT and crypto. These are all stocks. Okay, we're not trading Bitcoin here, but these are all stocks related to crypto. So there are a lot of channels in here, and all theme based, and they're all layouts. So remember, if you do click on one of these, there's a momentum channel. If you do click on one of these, make sure if you have a layout already up and running that you have saved your layout to the cloud before you do that, because you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout would be replaced. Okay, so another area that you can go to take a look at all the scans that we have built. So, when you're starting out, that's probably a good area to go. And also, checking out my scans. All right, now I want to talk about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you are using our app. If you're using our web-based version, wow, look at this eBet. My goodness. All right, I'm going to have to do something right there. Sometimes that happens. Give me a second here. Daily. When it's an IPO, sometimes on the daily, monthly, and weekly charts, it gets hung up. So I just have to do a quick okay, there we go. Man, oh man. Just give me a moment here. I just want to check that eBat out. I know it's an IPO. So I'm going to check my IPO calendar. Yeah, 2.4 million shares. This is what I'm talking about. I don't even see an offer price. Who was behind this? This is probably... Yeah, this is a bit interesting. I'm not even sure. So I don't know who Boostad is, but man, oh man. I thought maybe this was a China IPO, but doesn't appear to be. US based. I'll pop this link in also for those of you who want to track IPOs and all. This has nothing to do with trade ideas. There are many sites out there that will track IPOs. I find this one is one of the best. You can see an IPO calendar here, and you can see the upcoming IPOs. There it is. Oh, $6. Okay, 2.4 million, $6. Crazy. 35. Crazy, crazy. Why can that happen? Because it's only 2.4 million. So it's absolutely crazy. All in caps, yeah. It's still when you say a good discount code. I mean, yes. I mean, you mean is it still valid? All in caps, though, right? Barry and the Alpha, all in caps. All right. So getting back to this. Yeah, look at the SPY, guys. Wow, the SPY is ripping here. Look at this move in the SPY. Of course, an all-time high. All right, again, I'll get to this. This is what we call Brokerage Plus. So this is a feature that we have. You don't have to use Brokerage Plus if you don't want to. I'm going to show you how you can use it. And again, it's only accessible if you're using our application, not the web-based version. So you see it says Brokerage Plus. There's the option right there. Underneath it says live and simulation paper trading. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about the live. Before I do that, I want to pop this link in, and it's a video that it will show you how you can connect. Okay, so right now, if you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account, you have to have either an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay? Now, to use it with E-Trade, you have to download the latest beta. Okay, this is what I mean. So if you click on my home page, you'll see at the top, download software. Click on download software. And then scroll right here. There's the AI beta, okay, Pro AI beta. So download the latest beta, and then if you have an E-Trade account, you'll be able to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account if that's what you want to do. Not mandatory. I don't want to give people the wrong idea that you have to use Brokerage Plus. So that, I mean, if you're thinking, wow, I don't have an E-Trade account, I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, does that mean I can't use trade ideas? Of course not. This is just a nice little feature we've got. We're hoping to add other brokerage platforms, but right now it's just Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. So if you watch that video, I'm going to show you something. When you click on an alert, you notice how the symbol shows up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade and all that. But it's more than just that. If you right click, let's just say for instance that you click on I know and you like what you see in the chart, you right click again Notice I've got these buying and shorting options that are set up. So you can set up your own, of course. This is what we call one-click trading. And how to do this, you watch that video, okay, to show you exactly how you can set up your own one-click trading options. So this is not quite auto trading, but I mean, it's pretty darn close. For me personally, I mean, I would never want to, I'm not a big fan of auto trading. So I would always want to see what it looks like. And then I just very quickly go back and click and done. Okay, so that's what you can do using this Brokerage Plus window. These are hotkeys, so if you got into a trade, you can flatten it. You can get out of half your trade, or you can double your trade. So that again is how you can use Brokerage Plus. Okay, so watch the video. It's going to explain how you can connect to your IB account or E-Trade, and then how to set up these one-click trading options if that's what you want to do. You don't have to. You can just do it manually if that's what you want to do. You know, it's aesthetically more pleasing. Well, I can't speak for E-Trade, but it's definitely more aesthetically pleasing than Interactive Brokers to trade from this window. Okay. Now, here's the other huge reason to use this Brokerage Plus as a simulator paper trader. If you're new to trading, you know, please, before you commit money to the market, practice trading. You use our simulator. Doesn't matter who your broker is. It's using our real-time data. Okay, using our real-time data. And it's very easy to do. Again, you just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want. And you're away. If you want to buy, if you want to go long, you buy. If you want to short, you sell. So, how I always like to start off with this is showing you how you can, say, take a trade on a pullback. Let's just say you like this for FSM, but you don't want to chase it right now. Okay, maybe you wanted to take it if it pulled back to this level right here, 756. So I'll leave the 300 shares in. And what you do is in both boxes, you type in where you want that pullback to be, 756. I'll type in 756 in both boxes. I click buy, and notice this blue line appears now on the chart. So if FSM pulls back to 756, it'll take the trade. And this is the same if you're using your live account. Okay, everything I'm describing right now is the same if you're connected to IB or E-Trade. Okay, but I'm just showing you in the simulator right now. Now, at some point, you know, if you decided, well, you know what, I know I put this, I wanted to take this on a pullback, but now I don't want to for whatever reason. You don't like the way it's trading. You don't like what the market's doing. So you can always go to your orders, and then you right-click and cancel order. Okay, so you don't have to leave it in there, of course. Okay, I'll just check what it says with Interactive Brokers. Well, I see 30. I see 30. Okay, for the... So hopefully, I don't know where you're in, but hopefully that's not, if it opens at 30, that's, I mean, it's no guarantee it's going to open at 30. Okay, so I just showed you how you can use it on a pullback. Now I want to talk about money management. Very, very, very important if you're new to trading, and that is money management. When you get into a trade, guess what? They're not all going to work. You have to have a price that you're going to get out of the trade if the trade is not working. You can't just hope and pray that it's going to work for you, okay? So you'll have to, when you get into a trade, you should know that price you're going to get out. That's basically what we call a stop. That's where you're going to get stopped out of the trade if it doesn't work for you. So let's just take a look at how you do that, how you can automate it to a certain extent. And then we'll also talk about, okay, if you have a stop, the difference between your entry and your stop price, whatever that is, you'll take that difference and divide it into how much you're willing to risk per trade. There's the other aspect of it. If you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So if your account size says, yeah, I can risk $100 a trade, what I mean by that is, okay, if the trade works against me, I have a stop, I'm going to get out, and I don't want to lose more than $100. All right, so let's take a look at one. I'm glad you got out. Hopefully you didn't get hurt too much on it. So let's just say, I'm just trying to find something that might be interesting. I just want to demonstrate how you can put a stop in place and yeah, I'm just trying to find something that might, I mean, this, I would never take this one. Way too much resistance that close by. Oh, and by the way, I should have also mentioned that you could also, what I did was, what was the stock that so FSM. Okay, let's take a look at FSM. So I've got this set up as a pullback play, right? But I could also, if I had looked at the chart and I thought, man, if it ever takes out this level above, which is maybe some resistance, then it could really fly. So you can also do it the reverse. You could have put both the prices above the current price, click the buy button, and you would have seen a big blue line above the current price. So it would take it. Okay, so it's not just for pullbacks. It's also if it breaks a resistance level that you think is a resistance level. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay, so where was I? I was talking about, now let's take a trade. Let's, if I wanted to take, what was the one I was looking at? What was it? Let me see if I can find it again. Okay, so let's just say I wanted to take this NI trade, okay, right now. And again, I'm just trying to find something that, you know, to demonstrate how you would do it. So let's just say you wanted to take this NI trade. Find something. Okay. What's the spread? Spread is, it's okay. So I'm going to take 500 shares at the market. The spread is okay. The spread is the difference between the bid and the ask. It's only a penny. I'm going to buy 500 shares. You're going to see it appears right on the right here. Okay. I'm going to put my stop. Now, would this have been exactly where I would put my stop? That's possible, but I'm trying to, I say this every day. I want to make the math really easy to demonstrate what I'm talking about. So again, when you get into the trade, you know where your stop is. So I'm going to add it. I'm going to put it at 25.13. I'm going to show you why I've done that at 25.13. Because the big question, the big thing right now is, of course, is if you're new to trading, you're thinking, well, why did he put a stop there? And how do I know where to put a stop? And that's only going to come with practice, okay? Being able to look at a chart, sizing it up, and thinking, okay, here's where I think a support area is. So if it broke down through that support, I should be out of the trade, all right? Well, again, that's only going to come with, you know, looking at a lot of charts. Just a minute, please. Okay, back. Yeah, Michael, I think that is in an upcoming, I'm in a development version, okay? I don't think it's on the latest beta. You can try, I don't know if you have the latest beta, okay? So I'm always on a development version. So if it's not on the latest beta, then you'll just have to wait for it, okay? Question was, how do we add this time and forest, like good to cancel, fit, you know, right here? I just noticed it this morning. I'm on a development version that I loaded last night. I didn't even realize it. I saw this morning. So it may not be available yet. If you're on the latest beta and you don't see it, then you're just going to have to wait for it. All right. Why did I put this at a 20-cent stop? Okay, I wanted to just make this really easy, math-wise. So here I am. I'm in the trade, 25.33. I have a stop at 25.13. It's a 20-cent stop. If I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So there's the other concept. You don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll just take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares, 500 shares, 1,000 shares, some fixed number. What you want to do is you share size depending on the difference between your entry price and your stop. And then you divide that difference into how much you're willing to risk on the trade. Now, you know, don't get too hung up. I mean, you know, if it's, I mean, what you can see right there, it says $100. It's right on. I mean, if you did it and it turned out to be 110 or 90, it's not the end of the world. Look at Wilhelmina, WHLM. It's not on the latest beta? Okay. Okay, so if you're, wow. What's this? Yeah, there's the float, 2.3 million in the float for Wilhelmina. That is the reason, of course, why I can do this sort of stuff. So hopefully you understand then, you're getting the idea, the concept that when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work. You have to have an area you're going to get out, a price you're getting out, and that'll dictate how many shares you take. Because you only, you know, the whole secret really behind any success in this is good money. Wow. Sorry. is good money management. Not good, but great money management. Now, I know it's hard to concentrate with this WHLM just ripping here. So here's the next thing. Okay, so maybe you're nodding your head saying, okay, I get what he's saying. I should have a stop. I should risk a manageable amount for the trade. So what happens is you get into a trade because, again, you think the setup is good. Maybe you've read something. You hear, you're in our trading room and somebody's saying, oh, this looks good. And so you think, yeah, okay, I like this trade. And all of a sudden it starts moving against you. You're in it, whatever that price, 25.33, 25.40 right now, but it starts to move against you. And now the doubts, the little doubt devil appears on your shoulder and say, you know what? I wonder if that stop that I had is too tight. I'm new to trading. Maybe I really, really didn't understand where to put the stop. It's obviously too tight because this is a great setup and it should work. Hey, I like that, the doubt devil. So you start moving your stop down. Okay, as the price starts approaching your original stop, you start moving it down, and it keeps moving down to your new stop, and down. You keep reducing your stop. So now instead of that $100 manageable risk, you're now at $250, $300, $400, $500 because you do not obey your stop. And it's going to happen. But that's why in the simulator, practice that, and how to take the emotion out of trading. Let's see if I can get it right on. Well, it's close enough. There you go. How to take the emotion out of trading. You leave your stop in, and if it hits your stop, it takes you out of the trade. Okay? There's no emotion at all. It just takes you out of the trade, and you move on. Okay? So the other thing is that for all the reasons that you got into the trade the first time, maybe those reasons resurface later on. The setup, maybe you were just a little bit early. Maybe the market condition didn't like it. Maybe all of a sudden the SPY took a big downturn, and knocked you out of the trade. But maybe later on, all those reasons you got in come back again. So you can always get back into the trade. So it's so important to understand money management. So important. I don't teach trading or anything like that, but money management is the key to everything, really. You're not going to be right every trade. You could be right a lot. You can be right wrong more than you're right, and still make a good living, as long as you obey your stops. Because sometimes your winners, if they really are, you let your winners run, which can counteract a lot of the small losses you take. Now, if I want to get out of this trade right now, I was just demonstrating it. How you do it. If I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten. Okay, so I just flatten it. Now I'm out of the trade. And one of the reasons I did that is I want to show you the other thing that I like to do with the simulator. Is notice I've got a max P&L. I've got a max P&L and a closed P&L. I also have an open P&L. Also the distance from the exit price. These are columns, okay? Because one of the common comments is, man, I wish I'd left that in to run a little bit more. I'm never sure about when to exit a trade. And listen, it's nobody is really sure. I mean, you could always be leaving money on the table, or you don't get out when you should, things like that. So what I like to do is I like to have this max P&L. This is telling me that when I was still in the trade, this is the maximum I could have made. When I got out of the trade, I closed it at $35. There was the max I could have made was $40. And right there, it's telling me that the distance from my exit price, I'm 2 cents under. Okay, so this is not so dramatic, but if your max P&L, say that was $300, and you allow that to turn into, say, a loss even, or $300, and by the time you got out, you're up $10. Obviously, that wasn't good money management. That wasn't you weren't paying enough attention. So you've really got to pay attention to your P&L. You don't want to let a big winning trade turn into, well, a loss, but you don't want to see it go right back down to where you got into the trade. Now you're never, rarely will you absolutely max out. But the other thing is you can tell the distance from the exit price. So again, if that was a big positive number, and it could, again, I was just using this as an example. If this turned into a big positive number, that means that you exited too soon. If it turns into a big negative number, you say, wow, okay, that was a great exit. It's way under where I exited. So it's kind of gives you a bit of a gauge of how good are your exits. Okay? So that's it. There's the spiel. And of course, you can ask me questions. Not just about that, of course, but all day long. That's why I'm here. So don't be shy. Yeah, it's good advice on the IPOs. I rarely play IPOs the day of. The only time generally the only time I play an IPO the day of, and I probably, this I'm not saying this is one I would do with this kind of rule in place. I check the 2-hour high. Okay, so for instance, again, I'm not saying I'm going to do this here, but in a more orderly IPO, maybe not one with not so many or so few shares outstanding, because anything can happen. I'll put an alert, and then if it takes it out later on in the day, maybe that's the only way I take an IPO the day of, because maybe the enthusiasm has regained. Again, this is a huge pullback though, 35 down to 25. Like if say the high was 30 and it pulled back to 27 and it just kind of held in there, and then later on it popped through that high, that's the only time I generally will take an IPO the day of. But I can't remember the last time I actually did that. Okay, speaking of the AI, and this is why, we get I'd love to be able to say, if you have the AI/Holly, all you have to do, and you want to just automate it and just let it run day after day after day. Can't say that, okay? We really recommend that you manage the exits on your own. If you did want to get into, taking auto trading, maybe the entry, okay. I still don't think it's a great idea, but okay. But absolutely recommend managing the exits on your own. For instance, look at the INTZ. Okay, entry price was 21.13, still in the trade. There's been no exit. Now, I'm not saying it won't just collapse from here, but as a trader, I don't think that you could let something that if you got in anywhere close to that 21.13 and it got all the way down to 19, and now there's a $1.20 pull up and you're not out of some of it, that's not trading well, in my opinion. Okay, so that's why we're saying, you should be managing the exits on your own, because right now the AI, this could keep moving up and up and up and up. For whatever reason, an algorithm is not kicking into place to get it out of the trade, and who knows? It could even come right back up to the entry, which would be crazy. That's not how you would trade. So that's why we're saying manage the exits on your own. I typically, if I'm able to concentrate a little bit more on the AI, I typically just look at stocks that are 20 and under. That's just my personal preference. You know, the INTZ really what was it was something I wanted to take a look at, but if you recall when we first saw it, the spread was terrible, and then I was doing other things, and then the spread tightened up. But again, if you have the AI, then you should be really watching it a lot more closely than I can. How is Coin doing? It's funny, I mean, the market is still up a lot, but most of the all my little thumbnail charts most of them are down. Look at Mara, my goodness. Look at Mara. Mara had a little pop this morning. It looked like, okay, maybe it'll recover somewhat, and look at it. I bet your Riot is doing exactly the same thing. Riot and Mara, a couple of crypto plays. And I think there were so many people. Okay, now ARDX is just, give me a moment here. All right, so this is becoming maybe attractive again. This is from the option scanner. See if we can hold over 9. Well, you talk about the coin. I was amazed. Let me see how many shorts are available. That about 45 minutes after it launched, that there were shorts available, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, so there are not as many. I think at one point there were about 300,000. Now there are 130,000 right now. So a lot of people are scooping up this as a short play. Again, not a recommendation to do that. I'm just pointing it out. Now look at Solo. Wow. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, what you're seeing here, this is a compare count window. Not sure why it's called count, but anyway, compare window. So what we have here, we have two competing alert windows going at each other. Okay, we got the movers to the upside with greater than 300,000. There are other filters in place, but this is just how I've named it, greater than 300,000, versus the movers to the downside with greater than 300,000 shares traded. There are other filters in place. And so let me show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is one alert window. This is what it's looking at. Stocks making a new high with all these filters in place. The other one is the flipped version of it. Now, what do I mean by flip? You see I've got a little flip right there. So what happens is whatever can be flipped will be flipped. So for instance, a new high would turn into a new low. A new pre-market high would turn into a new pre-market low. This price was up at least 2% from the previous close. That'll turn into down 2% from the previous close. These are the ones that can be flipped. I mean, you can't flip 300,000 shares. What are you flipping it to? Okay, so this is what I mean. If you take a look at the configure, see what I'm saying? New low, pre-market low, and down 2%. Okay, so it's basically taking a couple of strategies, competing strategies, and having them go at each other. And right now, since the beginning of the market, 62% have been on the downside versus 38% on the upside, even though the market has, been up and the SPY keeps moving up. No, Siri, this new high is always intraday. These are always intraday highs. So a daily high, not a weekly. No, this is an intraday high. It's one of the ones I'm sharing, Sam. So just go to my homepage. Just go to the homepage, and it's one of the ones that I'm sharing. Just so yeah, just go to the scan section, click here, and right there, there's the compare count. It's one of the ones. It's that one right here. Okay. Yeah, I put it in. I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago. Weekly Siri, okay? Yeah, I'll go over that strength. Should go over it right now. Just let me take a look at QS. So let me go over that strength channel, and I'll explain what it is. It's a new channel that was added. And let me... I'll also pop this link in. So for those of you who might be in the room and you do not have a subscription to Trade Ideas, and you really can't spend all day staring at a screen, we created TI Strength Alerts. Okay, so if you click on the TI Strength Alerts, I just popped it into the room, click on it, and it'll explain what it is. Okay, it's $17 a month. What happens, and you know, this will give a real explanation about what it is. $17 a month, you know, in a nutshell. I think Muds has just made a new high again. Choppy though. Wow, I mean, so choppy. So Monday morning, it's either Sunday evening or Monday morning. I don't know exactly when you get the email, but you'll be given 5 stocks for the week. So as Siri, that answers your question, okay? And so every Monday morning, you'll have 5 new stocks to take a look at, okay, for the week. And they're based on this algorithm that we call TI Strength. And, you know, I mean, how you trade them will be up to you, of course. But for $17 a month, you can at least get started if you're brand new to trading. And again, you don't have the time to do, you know, what we do all day long in this trading room. And what it looks like. But if you are already a subscriber, you have access to it also. Okay, so there it is. It's the new Strength Alerts channel. And this is what it looks like. So here they are. I'm not going to display it too much because, you know, it's not fair for those of you who... Well, we want you to take out a $17. I mean, it's not, I mean, really, it's not a lot of money if you are looking for something like this. And right here is an explanation about all of the stocks for the week. Okay? So again, this is available if you are a subscriber right now for free. And again, I'll mention this from time to time. If you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade your account, you can do so. You just have to download our latest beta from our homepage. Give me a moment, please. Strength Alerts is free if you have a subscription. If it's standard or premium, doesn't matter. It's part of the channel bar, so it's free, standard or premium. No, I don't think it's the beta even. I mean, just Siri, if you have her product, just click on new channel bar, and if you see, I mean, I'm sure it was added. It's nothing to do with the beta. You know, just look for strength alerts right there. Yeah, I'm talking to somebody else in the YouTube room. Nothing to do with the beta. We just added this channel last week, I think, on Friday. I don't think you have to update. Siri, just click on new. I mean, you can do it. I mean, I always suggest you update to the latest beta, but just click on new channel bar, and I'm sure you should see it. Strength alerts. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, you can update if you want, but I mean, I think it's there without updating. Updating, in other words, going to the latest beta. Real, good morning. You can't, Carlos, you don't get it from the main homepage of Trade Ideas. You get it from my homepage. Okay? Right there. These are mine. This is nothing to a trade, well, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. I mean, all the traders have their own scans that they like, okay? So we don't put them all on a homepage, like the Trade Ideas homepage. So it's right here. Okay? It's right there. Carlos. So you click on my homepage tab and then click on the link, and here they are. This is the scan section. Okay, here they are. So it's not on the Trade Ideas homepage. It's on my. I try to put a lot of information on my homepage that, well, obviously I think a lot of people want to see my scans, the education links, the stock of the day, and the trade of the week, and of course the subscription. So that's why my homepage is loaded with information, but including the scan section. Okay? Did you understand that? Just want to make sure that you understood that. Well, I mean, basic new highs and lows are all stocks moving since they open. This is actually, okay. So, I mean, we have a change from a Siri. We have a, I mean, you can configure something, but we have a change from the open. Oops. So we have a change. Where are you? So we have a change from the open right there. Sorry, right there. Okay, percent. So if you wanted to see stocks that had moved at least 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%, whatever that number is, a minimum, you just use that filter, to start you off. And then, it's up to you to, figure out what price range you want, what minimum volume you want. But that change from the open filter will get you started looking at stocks that have changed a certain percent from the open. Okay? And again, how to find any filter or alert. Right click, configure, search. So I mean, I could probably just type in open, and it would find, and I'd have to scroll down a little bit. There's a lot of things with open in the name, but I could have typed in change from the open, I would have found it. Yeah, relative volume. The simplest way to describe it is it's time of day relevant. Okay, so if right there when it says 1.15, that means this stock is trading 1.15 at 11.19, say 11.20, what it would normally do, and over the last say 10 days. Okay, and it'll change all day long. So it's more time dependent up to the point of the day. Actually, it's 30. I'm just looking now. It's 30 days. If the stock trades every minute of the day, they look back 11,700 minute candles on the 1 minute chart. Assuming it trades every day, every minute of every day. So, but without making it too complicated, just think of it like this: high relative volume means it's trading, abnormally to what it normally does up to this point of the day. Okay, just to make it real simple on yourself. Well, I'm glad you like it, Mrs. Fried Chicken. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. And we have another halt. WHLM halted on the way down. Not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. All right, 11:21. So I'll be taking a break in a little over half an hour. Boy, G-Box was just ripping last week, wasn't it? Yeah, remember this? Well, I guess not last week, but whenever this was, April 5th. These 3 days. But just, yeah, incredibly weak, as Real is pointing out. Boy, just not a lot of You know, my option plays, just not a lot of follow through. I mean, MUDs might work later. I mean, it might. I mean, there's the alert at 1412, but you know, it's been choppy. I mean, when I say choppy, you know, take a look at a 15-minute chart for MUDs. There's a big topping tail there, big bottoming tail here, topping tail, bottoming tail, topping tail, bottoming tail, top, you know, on and on and on. Real indecision instead of a nice steady trend, right? Usually when you look, if you can look at a 15-minute chart, it tends to, you know, the higher the time frame tends to smooth things out a little bit. You expect chop like this on a 1-minute chart, even a 2-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. So just not a nice little trend. Same thing with the ARDX, you know, I mean, just kind of, listen, I don't expect that when we get an alert that it's just going to keep ripping higher, but just even if it pulls back a little, that's fine. But some of these pullbacks, you know, they're pretty big, large size percentage pullbacks. So we'll get back to it though. I mean, you know, the market runs in cycles. Right now, we're just kind of in a bit of a cycle for the stuff that I look at anyway. It's just not trending that well. Whoa, no kidding. Was it ever hit? CCIV. Now, I saw that this is Lucid Motors. Now, I saw Lucid Motors, maybe it's a spin-off from this, had a press release this morning. It says its new electric vehicle is ready for the cold stuff. Okay. And there was a symbol for it. LUCIDM. So I don't know where that trades. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's saying CCI, 4 things investors should know about Lucid Motors. So I don't know. That's why I was. Maybe it is Lordstown. I can't remember anymore. No, it's Lucid Motors. It's Lucid. That's the merger, Lucid Motors. Yeah, you just right click on the window, your spider or top list window, collaborate it, copy it, and then open up a new alert window and do the reverse, the paste. Okay? Well, if you have a new alert window, collaborate, paste. So once you've copied from the top list window, then you open up a new alert window and okay, you got it? All right, so I don't know if the Reddit boys have got a hold of this one. I'm just watching I did it. Bed Bath & Beyond, the way it's trading right now, I don't know if they've got a hold, but maybe if it takes out 24, this could have a bit of a run. And that's the BBBY. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, here it goes. There's Bed Bath & Beyond starting to put a little bit of a move in. So one thing I should point out on this simulator, this again, these are just simulated trades, okay? If you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward, of course. And so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Boy, this is just getting crushed. Well, not crushed. It's only down 3% at PLTR. Interesting that Goldman had an upgrade this morning to $35. Bruce, that's something I don't know. I would have thought. You're going to have to ask accounting. I'm not 100% sure. To me, it seems like you could use the same email address, but I don't know for sure, so I don't want to steer you wrong. You should go to the home page. But if you've already signed up, if you already signed up with the same email and created two separate accounts, well, you tell me. Because it will have to be two separate logins. It has to be. It's like your two separate customers. Yeah, I tell you what, again, I don't want to steer you wrong. That's a question that I just don't know the answer to. You're probably one of the first people that I know that have taken out two accounts. Okay. So I'm sorry, not to my homepage. I'm sorry. Go to the Trade Ideas homepage. To me, again, I may be wrong, but accounting will certainly be able to tell you. To me, it's like you have two separate accounts, two separate logins. But I don't know how that system works. I mean, it's possible. I guess you could have the same login, username, and password for the same for two different accounts. I guess it's possible. I just don't know. I see eBet just got halted or came out of the halt again. I have my doubts that it's going to take out this high up here. Afraid to look. It is a monster. How's Levi doing? Not terrible. I mean, it's up a little bit. I mean, again, I've talked about this one. I mean, the best thing that could happen, maybe a couple of days of resting here and then popping through that high of yesterday and, continuation as opposed to just a pure chase. But, for those looking for swing ideas, I mean, this is not, again, it has to meet your trading plan, etc. But it's kind of an interesting one. Levi. LEVI. And had earnings here. So earnings are past and opening new stores. So company is pretty painting a pretty rosy picture going forward. Well, guys, GSX, this is the one I took in the pre-market. Maybe setting up for me again. Watching that big bottoming tail in the pre-market. All right, guys, give me a moment here. Just checking something on my other monitor. So actually, when you look at this distance from the exit price for NI as an example, so it is 12 cents above. So, if you got out of this trade, you might look at that and go, well, okay, let's take a look at the chart. Maybe this has some continuation left in it. You can also use it to kind of plan. Look at ARDX. I mean, it looked like it was going to pop up. I mean, it did. It took up my price alert, but again, it just doesn't want to sustain itself yet. All right, guys, so it's 11:38. So what I'm going to do is pop in the YouTube link. Again, I'll be taking a break right around noon. So if you do want to head over to the YouTube channel or YouTube room between 12 and 1 and listen to Jamie, I just put the link in for you. Yeah, Muds could not keep going yet. That link has changed. Well, sort of. Yeah, you have to click, sorry, that link has either changed on me because I thought it was working before. You have to scroll down to get to the daily support sessions, okay? Join the live support. That link may have changed on me then. I might have to redo it. Okay? You just have to scroll down to where you see daily support sessions. Interesting. I wonder why that link changed. Give me a second here. Now, here's another one. Klaxon. Is it Klaxon or something? Or KLX Energy Services taking a tumble. Look at this daily chart. Now it's getting close to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, so that does take you there. I'm sorry. I thought I had a separate, thought I had a specific link for it. So this is what I'm talking about. So go to my homepage and there's the daily support sessions, join live support, okay? Don't do it now because you'll get all confused. It's on a slight delay. Look at Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Mentioned that, you know, the Reddit boys may get a hold of it, and it looks like they have to a certain extent. There's that pop right there. Yeah, well, Dell went private a few years ago, and then they went public again. If my memory serves me. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I thought they did. Yeah, right here, I think. There's the gap, 13, and what are we at? Yeah, so this is in 2018, they went public again. They went private here. I can't tell the year. Well, 2013, so it was about a 5-year gap or so. ANF pop, okay. Retail pop. On volume, yeah, look at the volume coming into ANF. All right, guys, time is at 11:46. They're just going to check, make sure it is Jamie in the room today. Oh, I see why. Yeah, this is out of the price range. I'm sure it probably showed up on your scan, but yeah, out of the price range that I trade typically. But Yeah, I lost sight of this one. That's stupid of me because this one just got hammered yesterday. This was the only one in the options play. We had a great little quick run on it, and then when Coinbase came out, it just got creamed like the rest of the Maras and the Riots and all the other crypto stocks, and it's just continuing down. EQOS. Yeah, it might be, but remember, I have a price range, Sam. So you've obviously expanded the price range. That's all. Yeah, it's at $40. My price range, I think it's up to 30. All right, confirmation that it is Jamie in YouTube. Oh, it's under 300% options. I see. Yeah, no, it's not an options trade. Yeah, it's not an option alert. Look at Rite Aid. Look how much it's kind of settled here. Just what's the low here? That's that 1761. So it's just kind of trying to hold that low. If it gives up that low in any big way, look at the 5 minute. It's just been kind of moving around in a bit of a channel. The trend is down on the 15, but again, all these bottoming tails. The sellers have been trying like mad, but the buyers have been keeping it right at this 1761. Yeah, Cody, way above the channel. At least what I'm looking at. Red bar ignored right there, 5 minute chart. So that gave you a bit of a buy, 909. Will it continue? Lots of, let's see, look left, 918, 919, 913, 922, 934. So, coming into a resistance area. And that is for Cody. Real's pointing that one out as a potential, when he's talking about a turn down. I don't know, Night Fox. It doesn't do it for me, so I don't know. I've seen that question in the past. I put this one in here yesterday just to show people how you can do it, and it's still there. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I mean, I always save as default. Windows save as default. I don't know. Because I put this one yesterday. I didn't go through the save as default. I just saved my work and it showed up. Might have to go to our tech support. I can't answer the question. I don't know why it would. The only thing I can say is save as default every night. Windows, save as default. And then, of course, save your work. Save your work. But I actually didn't do the save as default yesterday after I did this. I did this just to show, show people how you can add it. And I just, so when you mentioned that, I wanted to see, well, maybe something's going on, but it was there. So I didn't do anything. I always save my work every single night. I save my work, file, save layout. So I don't know if that's your issue or not. maybe that's it. Just good practice, to save. You make a little minor change in anything, a sound alert change, or change a filter value, or add a filter, or do anything in like any of your windows. Just good practice for me. Anyway, I always save my work when I shut down Trade Ideas. Yes, it is, William. Alcoa. Those stupid banks have snuck into earnings week now. I mean, they never used to be there. Used to be Alcoa had a kind of its. Alcoa was the one, but now the banks have snuck into this week. WHLM. Let's take a look. WHLM. Almost. I mean, if you just look at the body, yes, but I mean, technically, the bottoming tail, the low is 1070, and the previous one was 1079. So you see what I mean? So this green candle is not completely engulfed by the previous red candle. However, I mean, the body is, if you discount the tail. What I would, yeah. So I mean, it's not 100%, but it's pretty darn close. No shorts for me, though. Real, I'm going to have to start upping my price range. All right, guys, we're getting closer and closer to noon, so I will put just getting ready to, oh, I forgot I have to do a video. Ugh. So silver plays are getting, but it's funny because isn't Fortuna a silver play, and it was moving higher, but PAAS obviously, and Gato, male cat is moving down. So these are, I don't know if silver overall is weak. Not really. It's interesting, so PAAS and Gato. Now, are they in, what sort of exposure do they have in Peru? Peru's going through a lot of, let me just check PAAS, see what sort of exposure they have in Peru. Peru, I tell you, yeah, these, and I bet you Gato is the same. Gato. It doesn't say where they're out of, but definitely PAAS. Yeah, these elections in Peru are going to be really something. Well, they've already had them. They have kind of a runoff. It's going to be. I hope Peru doesn't turn into another Venezuela, but. All right, Jamie, I see you're streaming now. Okay, I will stop my stream. Have a good time for that hour. Streaming now. Okay, I will stop my stream. Have a good time for that hour. Streaming now. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Barry. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, you guys can see my desktop and also hear me. If someone would be so kind as just to let me know via the chat panel, that would be fantastic. Hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? Just type if you can hear me. Hello, Iris. Okay. Thank you very much. So I'm assuming everybody can see and hear okay. Welcome to my desktop. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So anything that you want to know, ask the question. I'll do my best to answer it. And in the meantime, let me get my pluma. Where are you at, Epic Pen? There you are. I'm good, Sam. I hope you are good as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, it appears that Playboy has cured cancer or something because this thing has just been on a tear ever since this initial little breakout area right here. And I remember seeing it and just kind of sitting there going, wonder if that one's going to go. And sure enough, it has went in a big way and is still going. So things must be really cooking over there at the old publication. And of course, here we are again with the SPY popping all-time highs. And one would think that the rising tide lifts all boats. Not necessarily the case. Some of my boats are being lifted, others are not. But that's the market cycle that we've been in ever since we got into this little area here. Just because the market is at all-time highs does not mean it's easy. Never is easy, but definitely a stock picker's market as of late. So we've got some new stuff. I'm sure everybody mostly has been informed that we have the new strength alerts. And along with that, we have created the strength alert channel, which you can see right down here. So I'm just going to pop on over there and we're going to check it out real quick. So boom, initially, the way that this product was structured, if you're not a TI subscriber, you would pay 17 bucks a month. You would get 5 picks delivered to your inbox every Monday, very similar to the trade of the week, which is also generated on Monday, except these are going to have 5 based on our strength rating. And initially, if you were an existing subscriber, you would just come to the channel and you would see the picks, which are displayed in this top list here. So if I expand that out a little bit, you can see the ones from this past Monday. But we've also added the newsletter. Originally, you were going to get the plays, but not the newsletter. So we've recently enhanced that. If you're an existing subscriber, whether you're pro or premium or standard, you will also get the newsletter, which manifests itself here, right? Michael Noss is going to give you a little write-up of each and every play, show you the chart, his thoughts behind it, along with its core metrics. So pretty cool there. If you hit this X out button, then it's just going to show you the other chart. So once again, existing subscribers get the full newsletter and plays. I am continuing to test Brokerage Plus in E-Trade. It's available on our beta, but we're still working through a few bugs. Here you can see I've just allocated a small amount of capital to each of the plays that you see here, TPX, FL, SIG. I've got obviously some of the ones left over from last week, like ANGO. And this is kind of a good little peek into, the way that I'm handling these guys because each and every trader is going to have their own risk tolerance and, account size, so forth and so on. So ANGO and HTGC are from the prior Monday, but as we can see here from the daily, they're holding up pretty well, so I've just decided to keep them, right? TPX, DAN, JCI, FL, and SIG are the newer ones. These are also two left over from the prior batch, and I've been sitting in these for a while. So OHI, if it doesn't get a few bump ups here, probably in the next 2-3 trading days, I'll just go ahead and kick that one to the curb as well. But it's basically, as Steve Gomez likes to say, you put the positions on, you see how they work, you weed the garden, and hopefully the ones that you keep become profitable, or become more profitable, I should say. So, not making a ton here, but it's the principle, it's the methodology that I'm trying to hone in right now. So, while I'm testing Brokerage Plus and E-Trade, I'm just throwing $1,000 into every position, and we're just going to see what happens here. Equity curve, very familiar as of the past few days, or weeks I should say. Nice and juicy at the beginning, then it turns red, and then if we're lucky we get back up to the green before the day is out. So more of the same price action. Okay, Iris, the stocks don't change daily on the strength alert. Yeah, that's the scan that Michael generates behind the scenes using bits and pieces of our server tech. So a stock's strength rating could change as time progresses. Just like any trading metric or anything about a stock could change from day to day. Is there an annual cost? Brian, I'm assuming you're asking about if you're not a subscriber, are you just referring to the strength alerts? Because obviously if you're already a subscriber, you get it for free. But if you're not a subscriber and you only want access to the strength alerts, that's a good question that I don't really know the answer to just yet. If somebody wanted to pay in advance for a year of strength alerts, what would that be? Would there be any discounts, so forth and so on? Good question. I just don't know the answer to that one right now. So we're going to pop back over here. Okay, so you are talking about just the strength alerts package. You know, um, you know, it'd be close to $200 if you wanted to pay in advance. 34 plus 170, yeah, it'd be about $204. Um, Good question though. I'll have to follow up with that because I don't know the answer off the top of my head. Since this is only the second week of strength alerts that have been produced. What was that one Barry was showing? Wilhelm? Yeah. Or was it WHLM? Yeah, this little guy's just been a monster lately. Look at that wick all the way up at 14 and back down to 10. Let's check in on the Coinbase IPO. All right, as some of you may or may not know, the big crypto exchange here in the States, Coinbase, went public yesterday. Quite a wild ride, topping out, I think that was 429.54, and these are the 2 days of action in the 15-minute candle. So it's just kind of flattening out here, trying to figure out which way it might want to go. We're going to break up, we're going to break down. Unknown thus far. But this is a real good time to bring out the anchored VWAP since there's very limited trading history. Clicky here, anchor to there. Volume weighted average price of all shares is up here around the 360 level. All right, the question is regarding the strength alerts, how does it work? We get them on Monday mornings and just for long or short too. Yes, Monday morning before the open, you will receive these. In addition to that, if you log in as an existing user and you're on the Strength Alerts channel, they will be showing up in that top list. But right now, the Strength Alerts will only be based on long plays. Just long plays for now. Now, having said that, as I alluded to earlier, you know, everybody has their different lenses in which they look at the market. We share a lot of the same characteristics, but there will be different things. So just because they're long alerts doesn't necessarily mean that you can't. I mean, it's always possible to short anything, right? So let's just take a look here. All right. You know, on Monday when they came out, which was the 12th, okay, you know, check out ANGO here. This is one, well, that's one of the old ones. Let's just look at TPX, okay? So check out TPX, right? And most of them, along with most stocks in the market that day, had this type of action right here. These two, you know, everything kind of sold off a little bit on that day. So that's TPX. Dan, is that the 12th? Yep. Had some nice gyrations here as well. So, you know, you can look at this from two different lenses. You know, if the market is looking, you know, weak on the open, sure, you could have made some money shorting these, but, you know, or my mindset is since we're still very much in a bull market, maybe short isn't the right way to expend your energy, but waiting for a pullback. Okay. So, you know, when we deliver the strength alerts to you, we're not going to tell you how to trade them. We're just going to say, you know, these are technically strong. Um, the entries are kind of everybody's own deal, right? So from the day it came out, you know, hey, you got the pullback alert here. You got a really good price. Let's say if you got it somewhere down here, by the end of the day, you're happy. Okay. But look, we had another swoon down the next day. All right. So just keep in mind, these are geared for swing trading events and based largely on the daily candlesticks and other factors that are proprietary that we blended in to each and every one of those. So there will be gyrations. But just getting back, I got a little off topic there. I mean, some people love to short, and just because they're long plays doesn't necessarily mean that you might not see a good intraday opportunity to do some short-term scalping. But once again, is that the way that I'm playing them? I'm looking just for the choicest entry that I can get based on, you know, how the market action is unfolding. A lot of you that attend the office hours webinar know that I'm a big advocate of compare count windows. Okay. Um, this one right here is just looking at larger cap stocks based around a market cap of 4 billion. And so I just take a glance at the buying and selling ratio that develops after the first 15 minutes or so of the market. So if I see a big downside bias and the market hasn't gapped down very much or opens kind of flat, then I'll kind of gear myself up to say, you know what, there's no need to rush into these if it's a Monday morning and we got a fresh set of strength alerts. Let's see what unfolds because we might have some sellage on the open. So you might as well wait, see how things firm up before, you know, hitting that buy button. But once again, that's just the way that I do it. You know, I'm experimenting with several different techniques. Let's say I see a big opening bullish bias. Well, it might compel me to go ahead and do a half size on the after the first 15 minutes and save the other powder in case we get a pullback and I can average into that position. Only problem there is if the thing takes off and never looks back, I'd have to add at a higher price if I wanted to be in a full lot. So there's a lot of moving parts, just as there is with trading in general, right? Yeah, and we'll have to look into that because, as I said, Mr. Dev, you know, the discounts and the annual pricing on that product, since it's so new, I'm sure we will come up with something. The cake just came out of the oven though, so we're letting it cool down, and we'll see what kind of frosting we can apply to that thing. All right, and so interesting, here we are, all-time highs on the market again. Get rid of those scribbles. But yeah, I'm seeing some large cap stocks hitting all-time lows. Matter of fact, what was one that I just got stopped out on recently? This little guy. I mean, what a nice orderly descent down. Went long a few days ago. Was a little early to the punch. Kind of knew it, but did it anyway. I'm a bad boy. But as we see here, RMO getting down to its all-time low. Not quite there yet, but here we have Wish hitting all-time lows. Here we have YSG hitting all-time lows as well. Not a bad little short opportunity. As it curled up here, taking a nap. Woke up from its nap and decided it didn't want to head north. It wants to go south. So not a bad little short opportunity right there with not that much risk. Hello, Mike. Always good to see you, sir. Hope you're having a profitable day. But this thing pretty quiet, but it's kind of odd to see it spitting out a couple of larger cap stocks. I think Wish has, we're looking at 8 billion in capitalization, whereas YSG we're looking at right at 4 billion. Neither one of these guys doing crazy volume. Wish doing a little bit over normal on the relative scale. Just kind of scrolling through some of my high volume tickers today. I haven't been able to give these guys a lot of attention this morning. So we're just going to scroll through and see if there were any cherry setups today. Not bad on Playboy on an intraday level. I mean, we know what it's been doing the past few days, but kind of a stretched out range there. But 41.30 on the breakout of the intraday on up to 44 and change. Not a bad move from a high volume stock there. Looking at 8.5 on the Richter relative volume scale. Hey Razak, how are you? Welcome to the party. Job getting a little gap down and not acting like it wants to do anything just yet, but it will be interesting if, yeah, button down right to that level there. This one might get interesting. Let's zoom out a little bit. I mean, well, I just noticed the price on this one. 47 cents, you're killing me. So we're not even going to worry about job. Too small. When I'm scanning these things, I look for the next higher low with a larger value. PRAX is telling me if this thing does go, it's got $3.79 of room in it, which would be right up to this little line here, which the system automatically marks as potential resistance area. So it's looking at that space right there. Just doesn't look like Prax is wanting to get up and boogie just yet. There's the Wilhelm that Barry was talking about earlier. Room, but not looking so good on the intraday. Yeah, not a lot of follow through on these guys today. Playboy looks like the only guy that's really been doing much of anything. Yep, we're back to the open, so now let's take a peek at some of the short side candidates. Yes, I'm well, Raz. Hope you are well as well. We're getting some decent ones here, but not exactly as pretty as I'd like them to be. A little stretched out there. Got that break level at 957, and we're down at almost $9, so not a bad percentage move there. Seems like a lot of the same things showing up over and over today. And this is all kind of indicative of what we're seeing here. If we check out the volume levels on the smaller time frames on the SPY, and more importantly, relative volume, we're at 3/4 normal. 100 is normal in all these time frames, and we're all well below. So more of the same, gap and sleep, gap and sleep. All right, it's got some questions coming in here today. Sam's talking about RAD, how it might look interesting. Let's take a peek at RAD. Oh yeah, getting down to this level over here, which could potentially act as some support. We'll have to see how it closes here. Maybe it reclaims the we'd look for a reclamation of the 10 over here on the intraday for this thing to get a little bit of a bounce. And if it did not stop here, well, then my eyes go to that next little level here. Good old Rite Aid. And if my memory serves me correctly, a while back we were down here flopping around, yeah, $5 and $6. So yes, from the daily perspective, RAD getting interesting. Okay. Can you show VWAP scanners? That's what I'm most interested in. Just signed up today. Well, Steve, first and foremost, welcome to the club. Welcome to the community of Trade Ideas. VWAP, sure, we can do a lot of stuff with the VWAP. First, before I get into the alerts and filters, I'll show you a nifty little trick on our charts. This is especially handy when you're dealing with IPOs and things that don't have a lot of trading history. It could be a day, 2 days, like we're seeing in the Coinbase IPO here, or 10 days or 20 days. Basically anything that you can quickly scroll back on the daily and run out of room. Anchored VWAP is pretty cool. Now, since we've only got 2 days of trading history here, we're just going to look at those 2 days on the 15-minute time frame, which you can see right here. This is the entire existence of coin. So if I wanted to anchor the VWAP for the entire history of trading here, we've got this handy little anchor. We click on it, we get the little pointy thing, and then we just click on the day that we want to anchor VWAP. Now we see the purple line. Okay, so that is the anchored VWAP from the first day of trading. This is where the majority of shares have traded, somewhere in the 362 level. So, example, let's say later in the day, what's that high right there? 349.20. So later on in the day, let's say some buyers come into coin. Say we come up here and we break that opening range there. I would look for a move to here and see what happens. This could act as potential resistance. Let's say it traded up through here, started going sideways, never broke it again. Well, then we might think that, well, that volume weighted average price might be now acting as support. But right now, it is potential supply or resistance. Now, having said that, pretty cool little VWAP feature we have on the charts. But let's talk about the alerts and filters that we have. So easiest way to access these guys from an alert window, we just give it the old right click configure, come over here to search, type in our keyword, and now you can see all of the VWAP alerts and filters that we have. So let me just do this. I'll duplicate the window. Currently using new high as the alert, but we'll swap it out. And of course, everybody's got a little bit different flavor for what they like to see in VWAPs. One of my favorites is the positive VWAP divergence. So notice, Steve, we've got the crosses, crossed above, crossed below VWAP, and then we have the divergences. Excuse me. So if we just attach here, and we don't put anything in the box there, and if I pop back over here and add the type, now you can see anything coming across here meets the filter criteria, but it's the VWAP alert that is telling us about it. So where's my quality? Quality column. Very handy. Quality column is always going to give you the metric of the alert that's being used. In this case, it's the VWAP alert. It's telling me the ETON is 2% above its VWAP. It's a positive 2% VWAP deviation, right? Now, a lot of people like to use VWAP divergences for many different reasons. Maybe it's a strength signal and they want to go long, or maybe, let's say, once something gets up or has a positive VWAP divergence of 3, maybe you want to try to give it a short. So if I don't put anything in the box here, then quality is just going to tell me the value. Playboy, no big surprise, 4% positive VWAP divergence. But if you wanted a minimum, we could come back in here and set the minimum at 3. That way you're not going to see anything below 3. So now if we just check out the history, plenty of things coming through here. You know, we even had Playboy at one point at a 7% VWAP divergence as it was topping out up here. So that's one way to use the VWAP tools. Or let's say we were using a different alert. We were using new high, so we didn't want to use VWAP divergence, but we still want to keep tabs on VWAP in our filter set, or make a minimum or maximum, it's got to be a minimum of X amount away from VWAP 1. We could add that filter, and we could say, okay, it's got to be a minimum of 1% up, or a minimum of 1% down, in which case we would use the max field with a -1 there. Which brings up a good topic here, especially when you're brand new. Notice every filter has this little show me icon right here, because negatives and positives can get confusing, especially when you're brand new. But if we just hit this guy right here and we go to the in words tab, if we have a -1 here, the price was at least 1% below VWAP. So as we add and remove metrics here, then it tells us in English what that setting is going to do for us using the show me icon. So Steve, I hope that kind of gets you kick-started there. All right, Shanta, I see your question there. I am unable to find the 3 risk levels in the Brokerage Plus in one window. Okay, I'm assuming you're talking... Now, are you talking about the AI trades and conservative and moderate, or are we talking about Brokerage Plus in your columns here? Because when you say risk modes, that makes me go to the AI, and the AI has several different risk modes, right? I don't know where my columns went, but we've got conservative risk mode. It's because I changed layouts and forgot to save. But we've got conservative risk mode, and then we've also got moderate. Well, is that, oh, I think I've got them expanded here. Give me a second, ladies and gents. There we go, moderate and aggressive. Okay, so now we can see moderate, conservative, and aggressive. So let me know. Okay, so we are talking about the risk modes that you see here in the AI, okay? Because in Brokerage Plus, it is possible to automate the AI, okay? If we go to this tab over here, and if we were to right click in here and say edit long trading instructions, then you have two risk modes to choose from, okay? Conservative or moderate, and that's if you're auto trading the AI. But in a nutshell, the differences between conservative, moderate, and aggressive over here, these are three different risk modes, and we're going to track them in the AI each and every day just so you can see which risk mode is performing the best for that day. So when we're talking about conservative, there are 5 reasons why the AI will plug out of a trade. Stop loss was hit, profit target was hit, or the timed hold expired. And then we've got a couple of audibles over here in the form of profit save and reduce risk. So we see several profit saves here, but we don't have any trades from the AI today exiting in reduce risk. So in conservative mode, there are 5 reasons. When we talk about moderate mode, it's just going to employ a stop loss. So either the stop loss gets hit, if stop loss does not get hit, the trade is carried for the remainder of the day according to the hold time for the specific strategy, which these days is typically into the last 15 minutes of the close. If the stop does not get hit, then it just stays in it for the duration. Now, when we're talking about aggressive profit, that just simply means we're going to put the position on and hold it until the close, or roughly speaking, 10-15 minutes before the close. So aggressive is just showing you what would happen on the day if you took all the positions and just held them until the close or close to the close with no risk management whatsoever. So, just keep in mind when we're talking about conservative, moderate, and aggressive profit, that is an AI characteristic. So there's no way to add, those types of columns just to your positions plotter here. See if I go here, unless they've snuck it in there, which I don't think, it's not really a factor of our manual or our own algorithmically generated trades. So that's why you're not seeing those options when we scroll through these columns, just looking at our blotter, our positions blotter within Brokerage Plus. So I hope I understood the question there, Shanta. Yeah, Iris, on your pullback question, I just go back to the cookie jar on pullback to the 50, which I think I have in my cloud here, which is a pullback above the 50. That's one that Andy and I talk about all the time. Don't really want to try to reinvent the wheel here, but you could easily substitute another one of the moving averages if you don't like the 50. It's just that in this market, a lot of the times the 20 is not holding up, so we go to the 50. Not a lot of things going down to the the 200 either. So the 50 seems like the thing that everybody is typically looking for when we're talking about pullback alerts. Notice Archon right here. Interesting little setup towards the, busted the bottom of this range here, but is wicking down to the 50. Okay. On the same token, let's see here. Trade of the week. Okay. Trade of the week came out on Monday, and then we had a nice little, let's see here. But the goal here was to not let it close. Oh yeah, my eyes were playing tricks on me there for a minute. The stop loss recommendation was to not let the stock close. If it closed below the 50, then we're Gandhi, okay? But look, the 50, it didn't even really tap it, got the close above, and then we're on the third consecutive up day. So, like I said, if it were me and I was playing pullbacks, I'd focus on the 50, or you can substitute the 20 or whatever other moving average it is that you like. Um, but, wouldn't want to try to reinvent the wheel on this one. All right, Sam, your question on the quality column. Why do I see an output of X days? Okay, good question. That would be when we're using new high as the alert. Okay, VWAP's going to tell us the divergence. If I click this back and I don't put anything in the box, which by the way, if I only want to see stocks hitting 10-day highs or better, I could pop a 10 in there. Okay, but if we leave it blank and check out the history, it's going to tell you what day high it is. So Playboy, no surprise, this is the highest the stock has been in 62 days. Whereas TIG, it's a 2-day high. If I keep scrolling back, we'll see different values for different stocks. Eton on a 26-day high. Wilhelm on a 310-day high, if we squished up the daily. Okay, so it's going to be indicative of whatever alert is being used. So it's just 2-day high, 3-day high, so forth and so on. And the same way for the lows. It'd be 2-day lows, 3-day lows, 4-day lows. And let's see, getting back to VWAP, what's the divergence compared to the regular VWAP scanner tool? Well, in essence, I don't have any VWAPs on my charts here, but let's say we just go back to coin and we anchor that VWAP again. There we go. I don't know why I did it twice. Sometimes it sticks. Okay, so this is the volume weighted average price according to, well, I don't know, I think it auto stuck it again. Let me try one more time. Arrow, link to that day. Okay, so this is the anchored VWAP for all of coin's trading history. Okay, so in essence, this is the VWAP. So, the cross alerts are going to tell us when the stock crosses the VWAP area. VWAP divergence, how far away it is from VWAP divergence. Okay, so a cross is a cross. A divergence has already crossed and is going to be 1%, 2%, 3% above. Whereas our filters, you can just say, okay, I only want to see things that are, 4% away from a VWAP. A good example would be if let's say we just created a new top list. And we inserted some very generic filters. Got to be between 10 and 100. Relative volume. Let's just put something generic in there for volume. Just to get something to look at here. Say we said 3-month average. It's got to do, I don't know, 600,000. So just some very vanilla filters here. And we've got some just kind of generic columns to start. Volume today, relative volume. Who cares about 5-minute volume? Let's get that guy out of there for now. And let's install a VWAP filter. Okay, so if I said, okay, I only want to see things that are 4% above or 3% above VWAP 1, I would add that filter and I could say 3. Then we're also going to show that filter as a column. And we can see not getting anything. So I put it too tight for today's action. So if we do this, we just eliminate it. Now we're going to be getting some stocks, which that seems very small for a list. Maybe I'm looking, that's it. I knew something was up. I was like, that's crazy. We should be getting a page full. Okay, so let's try that again. 3. Okay, only one is 3% above VWAP1. So I did put that setting a little too tight, but fear not. What we can do is just see what's out there. We've got this guy installed as a column, and now we can just sort. And we can go, good Lord, what's happening to G-Box today? It's 12.7% below VWAP1, and it's obviously having a bad day, right? Turks, 3.9% below VWAP1, or we could go the other way and see things that are above. FHB, 1.6%. Playboy, 1.6%. So a lot of ways to use that metric, flip it around, manipulate it, so that you can quickly, find the things that are X amount away from VWAP, 1, 2, 3, or 4, or below that level. Raza, oh, by the way, you cut your hair. Yes, yes. If you're referencing the long hair, yeah, it's been gone for quite a while. Um, I just don't know, probably the photos haven't been updated in a very long time. They came asking me for an updated photo. I'm like, let me dig through the archives. But here's a funny thing. You grow it out, you cut it off. It's kind of in the middle right now. Maybe I think, like Samson, maybe the long hair gives me trading strength. We'll have to experiment around with that. Okay, Rob, so your question there, could you please speak about the swing trade window and the best tools to identify channeling stocks? Okay. All right, swing trade. Where's the swing? And let me just make my daily. We'll just stretch this guy out. Okay, a lot of lines on that. Let me just hammer out some of these lines for easy viewing purposes. Okay, so here we are at the swing ideas channel. Okay, and swing this, swing that, everything can be swung, but we typically focus on the daily to try to find those areas where we might get some action. So resistance cross base strategy. Let's look at MIME. Okay, as we can see here, you could say that MIME over, you could say we're currently in a channel here or consolidating sideways, 6 of one, half of the other. Yeah, my hair club for men. But you can see this thing is channeling. Okay, it's also what we call consolidation. All right. So it really just depends on what you're looking for in terms of consolidation, and the could be at the lower range of the stock history, could be consolidating at the higher range of the stock's history. But notice this one's coming across both of these. AI enhanced resistance crossed, just regular old resistance crossed. So we'll just take a peek at some of the other plays that have been coming through here, and we should see some very similar patterns. So this window is going to do a pretty decent job at showing you some stocks that have been going sideways on a long-term basis, and then it's just up to us to decide our areas of interest. NYT is curling up here, but how much room do we have if, some more buyers come in? And I'd look to this level right here, right? Once we get up to this level here, we're going to be encountering potential supply. If we go down, we're going to be encountering areas down here of potential support. So we're right in the middle, smack dab in the middle of potential supply and demand, or excuse me, supply and support. But notice the 50 is in blue on this chart, so might have a stopping point. It looks like we got a date with NYT with the 50 period. We get through there, well then I'd look to this level as a short-term price move. And of course, as we scan through more of these, I got to say, I haven't looked at this channel in a while, but it's doing a pretty good job at showing us some, some nice channeling stocks here. And of course, there are lots of different ways to find these things. On an intraday basis, we've got consolidation alerts, but I was assuming, Rob, that you're talking more about the daily consolidations, right? Not necessarily intraday consolidations. Now, having said that, when we talk about swing trading in general, I mean, hey, that's just the time frame that we associate with the trade. Days, not, intraday. Let me just go back to your question here. Where'd it go? Right. So, you're mainly interested in channeling stocks. And I think that these two windows are going to give you plenty of those things. But having said that, if we come in here and check out the filter set, you can always come in here and do some tinkering. Look at all of these factors that are in here with the ranges, the 8 versus the 20 period. Clearly, as the window indicates here, this is an optimized version of this window. Look how few filters are involved here in the original version. And then when we take a peek at this filter set here, boy, lots of filters. And when you see this typically, that's a sign of optimization, whether it be a human or the servers, which in this case it was the servers. Lots of optimization going on there. So this is a great place to start, Rob. And then if your appetite expands, then you can always take this base model, and depending on if you're a premium subscriber, you could start back testing this thing and start to optimize it according to the way this guy is, but maybe looking at different filters, different moving averages, things of that nature. It's always an Easter egg hunt when we go to back test and optimize, and you never know what you're going to find. Is it possible to show us briefly how to start AI trading in the simulated trading, as I am thinking of using it for real time? Sure. Let me just get back over here. And you're welcome, Rob. Okay, so right now this version is live at E-Trade, but what you would do instead of connecting live to E-Trade, let me just see here. It'd probably help to put mine on privacy mode. Always forget about that. But the bottom line is this. I'm currently connected to E-Trade, but instead of connecting to E-Trade, you would just connect to the simulated trading. Boom, easy and done. Once you do that, you would see the green bar. And then from that point on, all you would do is come over here to the Holly AI tab, and notice all the strategies are off, but you could easily highlight all of them, right click and say enable 11 selected strategies. But you would only want to do that after you set up your trading instructions for your longs and your shorts. So the way to do that is once we're in the AI tab, we right click, we hit edit long trading instructions, and then we would set up our account that we wanted to point to. long trading instructions, and then we would pick our risk mode. Notice you can only pick conservative or moderate. People always ask us all the time, why can't I select aggressive? Well, because that's something that we don't recommend. If you're going to trade the AI, sure, it's in simulation, but the reason we don't make aggressive available is because everybody should embrace risk management, especially when you're dipping your toe in the automation pool. Now, having said that, as I was talking about earlier, in conservative mode, you got 5 reasons why you could get stopped out of the trade. In moderate mode, it's only the stop loss. Okay, so if you're really a stickler about wanting to see what happens in aggressive mode, when the trade comes out, you can simply navigate to your orders panel and cancel the stop loss. Then boom, you're automatically in aggressive mode. Of course, that is advanced operation. If we were using a ski analogy, that's triple black diamond, and you definitely want to exercise that in simulated mode. But that's why the only 2 risk modes that you can select are conservative and moderate. You would also want to set up your position sizing. You want fixed dollars? Hey, let's throw $1,000 into every trade. That's what I'm doing over here on these strength alerts for now till I get used to them. So you just go, okay, let's allocate $1,000 of capital to each trade. Or you could just say, you know what, I want to do 100 shares. Or we could base it around a stop loss and go, you know what, I just want to risk $100 on every trade. And if you use this method, it's just going to get you in the proper amount of shares. So if the stop loss does trigger, you'll only lose right about $100. All right, so that's how you do your position sizing. And then, of course, we have to talk about the type of orders that we want to send out. Do you want to go limit or you want to do market? Pros and cons to both. A lot of the times, if it's a fast-moving stock and we're using limits, we might not get the fill if it's moved away from our price too quickly. All right, so you won't get the fill sometimes if you're not using an aggressive enough delta. You might be asking, what does he mean by an aggressive delta on a limit? Well, here you can see if I said limit with a limit offset of -9, let's say the alert came out and the stock was at $10. So what it would do is it would put my limit buy at 10.09. So if it's below 10.09, I get the fill. If it's moved past there, I don't get the fill. But this is what I would call an aggressive delta. Okay, yeah, you might take some slippage, but a lot of the times you're going to get the fill, but not all the time. You're still going to miss them from time to time. If you use market, yeah, you're going to get every fill, but your slippage is going to be greater, especially when you come into a stock with a large spread. Let's say the spread opened up to 15, 20 cents between the bid and the offer. Boom, you're going to get the fill, but you're going to take that massive slippage as well. So pros and cons to both market orders and limit orders. But definitely a negative value. If I were to go, you know what, I want to do a positive limit offset. So if the price came in at 10, my bid would go out at 9.95. Well, I'd be wanting a pullback fill. Okay, so remember, negative is aggressive, positive is passive for a pullback fill. Okay, so now we've covered, how you set up your trade instructions for long. And then, of course, if you were doing shorts as well with the AI, you just come in and set up your short trading instructions in the same fashion. And lastly here, you do have the ability for the AI to re-enter a stock. Okay, so what that means is if we got a stop out, like what happened in GSK today, got the stop hit. We went long up here, boom, 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 stop out. Okay, and I forget the exact, I think it's once we get about halfway between, and let's say GSK came back up and shot higher for the day. If you had re-entries enabled, I want to say it's about 50, and I could be wrong here, but I think it's about halfway between the stop area and the entry price. it would re-enter that trade for you. We've all been there and done that before in our manual trading. Trade looks fantastic, stops us out by a few pennies, only to turn and go and do exactly what we thought it would do. And sometimes we make that re-entry. In other words, sometimes the second mouse gets the cheese. But that's what re-entries are for when we're talking about the re-enter trading instructions. Yeah, Reza, I don't know really what the best of, because it's going to be shifting uh, risk modes. And the question was, why are we getting rid of best of in the AI trading instructions? Because you used to have, moderate, conservative, or best of. Now, if we look over here, these two modules, 1.0 and 2.0, have remained silent all day. Only one that's kicking out trades today is Neo, and it's in conservative mode. Okay, but if things get better or worse, it could, if all of a sudden the values in the, of course, my columns went away again. I don't know why that's happening. Moderate mode were better than conservative, then this would reflect moderate. So I think it ended up just being a little too random. Whatever mode the AI was in over here, it was going to use that mode. So just to simplify it a little bit more, I think that's why they ended up getting rid of that one. Right, Sammy, getting back to your number of day highs, of course, the more things go up, the more likely they are to come down. But, Playboy is the perfect example. You know, Based on the way breakouts have been working here lately, yeah, we got 1, 2, 3 good days of run. I thought maybe up here, just going to pull back and maybe dance around this level here. But no, we got a few days of pullback, not even getting down to that 10 period, and then boom, 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 more and more. Um, but, a great example would have been this stock. I mean, look at that epic run where many times, here, oh, it's due for a pullback. Yeah, but nope, up, it's due for a pullback. Yeah, up, it's due. I mean, they can just keep on going. And the only reason Via got popped so bad is because of all that hedge fund malarkey and fraud or whatever from the Japanese firm. Is really what caused the capitulation in Via, and also I think Disc A as well. Let's see here. You know, Viacom and Discovery, who knows? They might have kept on, who knows how much longer they would have kept on going. But both of these stocks, I think, were involved in the fraud fiasco. Not saying they themselves, the companies, were involved, but that was some of their bigger holdings that they had to liquidate. So while we're on the topic, I'm definitely keeping my eyes on VIAC, because once the selling is done, we might, this might be a good little trading op here as we get closer and closer down to these levels as well. But, just my thoughts on things that are up huge numbers of days in a row regarding your input there, Sam. Yeah, Iris, and I was talking about, if you're going to play pullbacks right now, um, probably not so good to reinvent the wheel. The pullbacks that I have seen that have been working are and you've probably seen this window. And me and Andy talk about it a lot. I think Andy was the author of it, but pull back to the 50. All right. Very similar to what we saw in the trade of the week earlier in the week. That's what Steve used as the defining stop loss. Okay. We had a little pullback in the trade of the week, but do not let it close below the 50. So we got down here, we kissed the 50, we did not close below the 50, and look what's happened. Boom, boom, and boom, we're up again. So, as I stated earlier when answering your question when you weren't here, the 20 isn't holding up so well on a lot of stocks. We're pulling back down to the 50. A lot of stocks are bouncing off the 50. Not a whole lot, but some stocks are even testing the 200. But it seems the 50 is the SMA du jour when we're focusing on 50. So I wouldn't really want to try to reinvent the wheel there. Um, just like some stocks are following through on breakouts right now, a handful of stocks are bouncing off the 50. So if you're looking for pullbacks, I'd focus on the 50. But of course, some will touch it and close below it. Do a little time check here. Okay, we've got a couple more minutes, and I appreciate you guys filling up the questions panel here. Lots of questions. Let's see. What are the best scanners for day trading? I'm starting from scratch. Thank you very much. Ooh, the day trading time frame. The most difficult. Well, what do we do? What I would do, Steve, is I would come over here to the Traders Vault. Okay. These are all windows that myself, Andy, Steve, and Sean have created and posted into the Traders Vault for you to come check out. So when we're talking about volume, okay, these are two of my favorite high volume windows that might produce some good intraday plays. Turbo brakes up and down, looking for that accelerated 1 minute volume. Okay. This is one here that Andy created that's a favorite too. Extreme high low pro. Okay. It's also going to be showing you stocks on the move, doing extremely high volume. And then another one of Andy's favorite windows in the same vein, the Extreme Master Blaster. Okay. This is a multi-strategy window, so when we right click and go to strategies, you can see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different strategies in there. So for day trading, just come check out the Traders Vault. You're going to see a lot of good ones other than the ones that I just pulled out here. You got bouncers, jam down by to the, I think that's also a 50. So you're going to get a lot of different flavors in here. That's to the 10, horseshoe up and down. Probably not going to kick out a whole lot. 52-week breakouts. But you're going to find a lot of windows that could be useful for day trading in the Traders Vault channel. And once you're perusing these guys, and let's say you want to capture one of these windows so that you can load it up in your own layout, when you're perusing a channel and you see a window that you like, all you have to do is right click in there and say save that to my cloud. That way when I go back to my default layout and I want to incorporate that window that I archived, all I have to do is go file, load from cloud. You'll see it right up here, and we just click on it and hit load, and there it is. And then you can find a home for it. Once you do that, make sure you save your default layout, and that way that window that you just imported will always show up right when you open up the software. Okay. Just giving a little shout out to Barry here. I'm sure he'll be reclaiming the helm here shortly. Oh, and Steve, while we're waiting for Barry, Barry's just telling me that he's starting his streaming. But what you're going to notice is all of the swing levels are automatically going to appear over here in the daily chart, right? So notice right here, just FMTX up at random. If you go long for a swing trade on this guy, this is the swing exit down here. And of course, notice what it did back here on the 30th when it capitulated down. bounced right off of that swing exit. So those are automatically going to populate for you on the charts. All right, everybody, busy day. Thanks for the questions. Hope you guys got something out of it.
It's funny, I don't see the reverse being true, though. You know, we talk about the bottoming tails maybe catching up eventually. I don't see the reverse being as true when you get these huge topping tails. In other words, that, you know, the price will eventually catch up. So we do see these sort of things, of course, when there is some kind of a, I don't know if there's this was a new spike, SSYS. I don't know if it was a new spike or not. But something happened here. I mean, a lot of volume came in. Half the volume of the day, little, you know, almost half the volume of the day is in this 2-minute candle for Stratasys. Let's see what Triple D is doing. See if the sector is following suit. And the answer is no. So keep an eye on Triple D. You know, maybe, just maybe, Triple D will catch up. So can somebody tell me in the YouTube, Razak, can you hear me, or is Jamie still there? Of course, if Jamie's still there, you can't hear me. It's me. Thank you, Aja. Okay. So just let you guys know, I'm in this GSK short, just to see if this can catch up to that bottoming tail that happened in the pre-market. Oh, I see. So okay, so they're talking that G-Box is a fraud. Who is it? Oh, Zach can't hear me. Following the Bear Cave report. Boy, there are a lot of new. I don't know how new these guys are, but the Bear Cave report. You guys go way back. You remember there was only Citron. There's only Citron, the notorious short seller Citron, targets ABC company today. But then I think Street Sweeper. Well, I think the other one was Muddy Waters, but he's only specialized in China stocks. And then Street Sweeper, and you know, now we've got Hindenburg and Spruce Capital, the Bear Cave. We've got a lot of them now. Oh, I mean, remember, like, I mean, this is how devastating. I mean, $20 not that long ago, 7 days ago. So, say a week and a half of trading, this was a $20 stock down to $8.84. Hey, one moment, please. All right, one mocha frappuccino coming up. That's my wife. Okay. Yeah, wow is right. I mean, crazy. Meanwhile, space continues to be weak. Space continues to be weak. Now, there's a trend. There is a decent trend. SPCE, after that big topping tail to start the day. What time was that? Nine. Actually, that was pre-market. Looked like it was going to try to rally a little bit. And this is down really because of the news that Branson, he's allowed to sell shares, 150 million shares. He still owns 28% of the company, so or the shares. So I mean, he's still got a huge, huge stake in it. But but it is definitely trending down. My wife takes care of me. Look at space, guys, continuing down. Now, look at this. Where is the potential? 2288. Anybody see the news on Stratasys? SSYS? I don't see any news on it. I don't see any. I know we don't have like breaking news necessarily, but usually interactive brokers might have something. I don't see any specific news for this. I mean, how crazy? I mean, you think trading is easy? I mean, not that you would chase this one, but here's a stock that was at 25, positive. Now it's gone negative. Trading is not easy. That's why practice, practice, practice. Ah, okay. So it took the Levi. It took Levi. Okay, it was showing. Who was it? Night Fox, I think. We're trying to do something with this one to see if we could make a change on the fly, other than going in and closing out the order and putting in a new share size. So I left it in there. Orchard Island Capital. Man, I mean, it just seems that there's so many stocks that are moving down, and yet the market is just ripping, well, not ripping higher, but it's higher. But most of the alerts I'm getting are on the low side, not on the high side. You know, there's the max N. I just talked about the max N taking out 20. No, I was just referring to you when you were asking me, could you change the share size? And I had put in Levi as a demonstration and trying to see if we could. I left in the order, so it filled it. That's all. That's why it filled it. I'm a little late to the game in this space, unfortunately. I wish I'd been following this one. I actually tried to take a little short here, but they wouldn't fill me. They're up here. I couldn't get my fill. Look at all this red here. Again, guys, this is pretty interesting, in my opinion. Look at the market, but I guess this was sort of like a take a look at the SPY, what it has done. Yeah, I mean, it's starting to drift down a little bit, but I mean, 74%. This is in, we got a little the combat going on here between the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. And 74% have been on the downside versus 26%. So you would think, looking at this, oh man, the market must be really down today. Not, not even close. Are you talking about this count here, Rewind? It's based on the number of new highs the stock makes. Now, within reason. I mean, if a stock goes, up 10 cents in a nanosecond, it's not probably going to give you 9 new high or 10 new highs. Okay, but this is basically looking at the number of, well, in this case, the number of new lows it's made. So it's another way to track trending stocks. A stock that keeps making a new high after new high after new high, or a new low after new low after new low. Usually can signify a pretty strong trend. Well, I saw two on the GSK. I saw 2 out of the 3 looking not great. I mean, when you stop a trial, I mean, maybe the market likes that when you stop a trial, but they've discontinued a trial, and then their CEO or what's it called? What's he called? Their vaccine chief has left them, is leaving them. That was announced during the market. Well, it might have been announced earlier, but I'm seeing it during market hours. Look at space sugar. Say the bad word for me, guys. Sugar. Boy, that's a beautiful. Look at the trend. I mean, really, really nice. Remember, I was saying there are not too many trending that I found. Okay, but this is just beautiful. Space, SPCE. Coming right into the 200-day moving average. OPK, Zach is talking about this one coming right into the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I don't know what's going to rescue Mara and Riot now. I mean, I'm not saying they'll never come back. Never is a long time, but boy, oh boy, I mean, this is, as you said, the bets were placed. Here were the bets being placed, guys. This is yesterday pre-market, okay? This is for Mara and Riot would look the same. Bets being placed that with the coin launch, that the other cryptos would really fly along with them. Not even remotely close. Look at this. Yeah, in theory, it'd be 1 penny in increments. But again, as I said, I mean, if a stock goes up 10 cents in half a second, I don't think you're going to see 10, the count going from, going to add on 10 within reason, okay? Rewind. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, a $1 stock having a 200 count, can you give me an example? I mean, that would mean that in theory that was, maybe starting sub, like I don't know where it started from. I wouldn't get too, I mean, I wouldn't try to overanalyze that count too much. I mean, a high count just means a lot of new highs being made. I mean, again, is it penny by penny? Not necessarily if it happens too quickly. Yeah, what did I say? I know it's going negative, guys. I mean, it's just going negative. So this is another cannabis play. Yeah, Hexo, another cannabis play. Cannabis, look at this. What's MJ doing? Boy, the market, I mean, you would think the market was down 1,000 points. or is this stuck? Am I stuck here? Oh no, it won't be 0.0001. Now listen, rewind. If you're talking about, I mean, we do not specialize in like penny stocks like that. I mean, I guess you can use the scanner for that. I don't know how many decimal places we go to. I think it's 4, but it is not 0.0001. No, it would have to be a minimum of 1 penny. Stop it, real. Stop it. So now we're below that support, that potential support. 26.49. Yeah, I mean, now the next area is way down here around 1684. Yeah, thanks a lot, Rio. So Richard, you're talking about something that's been back tested, okay, with high win rates. So I don't have anything like that. You know, everything I do, I don't back test. I don't care about back testing. I want to see the alert. Don't get too many alerts in these. So I just want to see what the results are in terms of the charts. So you're talking about something that's been back tested with a high percentage win. Well, I don't have anything like that. I don't back test at all. Yes. And cheers to you, Zorro. Okay, here's another one on the way down. Look at this Cardiff, or sorry, I thought it was Cardiff. Cornerstone Total Return Fund, whatever you are. Look at this one on the way down. Also, let's take a look at this monthly chart. Last month the low was 1270, so it's below that low. Boy, this got room too. Not shortable. Not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Again, the moral of the story is short all these virus plays. You know, pop and sizzle pre-market, and then market opens, fizzle. Now it did have a little glimpse of hope right there. That opening, that second candle, the second 15-minute candle, had a glimmer of hope for those who might have got into the pre-market up here. We're holding, but then once it really started going down. I mean, look at this. I got to do it. Thank you, honey. Boy, this is continued. Look at this. I just had no shorts for it. I wanted to take this short. CRF, no shorts for it. Interactive Brokers. So where I'm seeing these guys, you know, you want more action. This is a good window for more action. The gap continuation or reverse, okay? One of the ones I'm sharing. If you want more action, you know, then what, you know, these other windows are giving you, you know, this definitely will give you more action during the day. Again, there are 4 alert windows in here. Gap up and go. Gap up and go. Not too many today. In fact, let me just see if there was even one. Okay, at the beginning of the day, there you go. Look at the I know. At the beginning of the day, this was a gap up and go. This terrible one, another one. TAOP was a gap up and go. This is right at the beginning, 9:30. See if there are any more. What did Infi do? I mean, same thing, guys. I mean, they're just all these pops, just short the heck out of them. AMC, probably another one that I don't know if it's held. But in the last while, there have been no gap up and goes. So what that means, so what gap down and go, literally a gap down, and kept going down. Gap down and reverse. Again, not many of those. There's the color, a little light blue. Not many. I think I only saw one stock that gapped down and then reversed. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to reverse for the whole day. And then the gap up and reverse. There's the I know. Gapped up and reversed in yellow. So these are four alert windows in this multi-strategy window. And you are welcome to take a look at it. Just have to go to my scan section. Oh, look at CRF. Anybody has shorts for that one? Yeah, I mean, I read what it does, the CRF, but I didn't know if it would have, and it's Amex, so yeah, no shorts available. Too bad. Yeah, somebody pointed out that because it is a closed-end fund with some. Are you saying China constituents? Is that what you meant, Lachazar? China. So you're saying that's maybe why it's not shortable. Yeah, so the Intel Trader, if you want more alerts, then you can take a look at the options play magic. That's another multi-strategy window. It has more alerts in it. It has about 6 strategies, or I hate to call it strategies, 6 alert windows in there. So I took one of those alert windows and I broke it out and I put some tougher filters in place to give me this one. And so that's why we don't get very many alerts. But if you want more alerts, let's take a look at it just for fun here. I think my mocha whatever is coming. Okay, so here it is. So you're gonna get, I may resurrect this a little bit now that we're in a very slow time. So I have got, so there are six in here. So what I did was I broke them into different percentages, 150, 200, 300 on the way up, 300, 200, 150 on the way down, okay? So the theory was, okay, instead of waiting for 300, let's see what happens if with all the other same filters in place, what happens if you catch it early at 150? Is it still going to be good? Or at 200? I don't know if that's making sense to anybody, but it makes sense to me. But let's just take a look here. So if it's blue or green, these are moving up. If it's this orange or brownish and yellow, moving down. I'll leave it here for a while. Again, one of the ones I'm sharing. Now this one starting to move down. CLM is starting to move. Look at this. Wow. So this is another one probably not shortable. Yeah, it's one of these funds. Same thing as the CRM or whatever it was, the CRF. So again, another one that is not shortable. Wow. Not shortable for me anyway. I can't speak for every single broker, but it looks like it fits that same. Yeah, it's like one of these. Are closed-end equity mutual funds just not shortable? Is that a blanket statement or no? So some are shortable. Is that what you mean? They are shortable. Okay, just the two I noticed. Well, again, from Interactive Brokers not being shortable, but I don't know about Center Point or Cornerstone or whatever that brokerage that Zach uses. I don't know. Maybe they're shortable there. I don't know. They're shortable at Trade Zero. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting any new alerts coming in now. Yeah, the other thing I'm just noticing here too, the filters, it's not just the 300 and the 150, 200 and 300%, or it's also, this one also, when I upped it, it also had to have a minimum number of contracts. So you notice here is 879. I think my minimum in all of these was 500. Okay, so that is another big change. It has to have at least 2,000 contracts before you're going to see it in this one. Man, that's a big difference. Give me a moment, please. Keep an eye on Best Buy, Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. BBBY. Keep an eye on it. Look what it's trying to do here. It had the pop, a little bit of a drop, a little bit over that whole number. I put an alert around 24.25 and see if it takes that out and continues. It has some room to the 24.70 mark right here from the pre-market. Yeah, okay. I wonder if the guys, the WSBs are onto this one right now. Rocket, RKT. Where is our WSB monitor in the room? Oh, I know, but today, I'm wondering if today, obviously left it alone for quite a while, but I'm wondering if today they're back on it. Yeah, well, CRF may bounce at some. Well, they'll all bounce at some point, but when? Yes. You're right. I think it was JB who was our WSB monitor. Wow. I mean, the CRF is just. Oh, you are here. Okay. Yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hmm. Well, here's another one that's just absolutely popping here. UWMC. UWMC. Look at the volume. Almost a million shares here. It's traded 3.4, so it's not quite a third of the volume is right here for UWMC. I think at one point this was another one of those stocks. I may be wrong. A lot of volume, option volume, but unfortunately, that 42% is holding it back from being in this in the scanner. Short the pops, just short these pops. I mean, man. You're seeing the same headline. I'm seeing the Benzinga headline too, the May 21 $9 call sweeps for UWMC. I think this is the sort of thing that Boiler used to post. This is just from IB headlines. It's not. I'm not going to the Benzinga site at all. Yeah, there are 320,000 at Interactive Broker for UWMC. He actually had popped in a few times last or 2 or 3 months ago, Ori. And he actually said, "Where's Ori?" He didn't say that, but well, call him then. You obviously have his number. Call him. Oh man, it's Thursday, so we have a marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock. So yeah, I think this one is a little bit under its 200-day moving average, GSX. Look at that, 78.54, $23 stock now. Wow. Anything is possible, Demetrius. Anything is possible. So I'd be wary of this level right up here if you're going to go long GSS. You know, this level right up here, not too far away, 350. Is it shortable? It is shortable. I'm going to leave my option play magic up for a little bit longer. I want to see, again, when it's really slow, let's see what sort of alerts we get from it. Okay, so Joe, welcome to the room, number one. What you're seeing here, this is the simulator, okay? This is not my account. This is the simulator in action, okay? And this is nothing to do with new strategies. What I try to do is demonstrate how you can use the simulator over the course of the day. And so this is just some demonstrations that I had earlier. So this is the simulator. If you're new, well, you say you're new, so you have trade ideas, I'm assuming. Okay, so if you can find my homepage tab right there, and you can click on it, and here's a link. There's my homepage link. If you're interested, I'm sharing a lot of scans right here in that section right here. And here's my layout as an example. And here are all sorts of individual scans that I'm sharing. I should always point these four out. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down shared, and pre-market actives up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. But again, here are all the individual scans that I'm sharing. And here is the layout, as I say, of the, actually what you see, what I'm sharing. If you're new to trade idea, I don't know if you're new to trade ideas, or just new to the room, but if you're new to trade ideas, I would encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons in 20 days. Again, it won't take you 20 days, but it goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. It's all text-based. Okay, if you're new to if you're new to trade, but you're not new to trading. So good. Well, then I would really take a look at the 20 lessons, okay, Joe, because that'll give you a good overview of what trade ideas is, what you can do, how to create a top list, how to create alert windows, just all the basic features, really easily explained, okay? There's no real lesson on the AI, Rajiv. There's no real lesson on it. I mean, all I would do is click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. And this is your window. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you're going to trade them will be up to you. So there's no lesson on how to trade them. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at that price. Here's a stop. You want to obey your stop, okay? And I would really encourage you to do that. But there's no lesson now, once you get these alerts, how you're going to trade them. Okay? We don't recommend fully automation. If you want to, I don't think it's necessary that you even auto entry. You can always. Now this one, a good example, INTZ at the very beginning of the day, we saw it, and this was a short. The spread was terrible. It was about a 40 or 50 cent spread. It was untradeable at the time. But I think it popped up a little bit, and then it came back down, and then all of a sudden the spread got to about 4 or 5 cents, very manageable. So you see, you didn't have to take the trade right off the bat. You could have waited and then got in, and this is why I'm saying I would manage the exits as opposed to let anything run in an automatic like automation, because this stock went from $21.13 down to $19. That's a $2 run. And then the AI did not an automation get out till $1.50 later. So as a trader, I don't think you should do that. So that's how you use AI is going to be up to you. In the education section that I showed, let me just find it. So the 20 lessons, there is information on the intro to the AI and customizing, okay? I don't even know what that customization is, to be honest. I haven't seen that one. So you can go to the education section and, you can get a little more of an intro to the AI. right there, okay? Well, I don't know what normal is anymore, Demetrius. I, I think we just have to wait, for earnings season to get charged up again. And we'll have a month and a half of that, where we have a lot of companies releasing earnings, probably have a lot more general action. But I don't know. What is normal anymore exactly? I mean, I really don't know. All right, guys, it's getting close to 2 o'clock, so I will be in the marketing meeting. So I'll just put the announcement here. Yes, you can set a sound alert. If you know how to set a sound alert in the alert windows, it's exactly the same. You just right click and actions. Do you know how to do it in an alert window? You too, Razak. If you know how to do it in an alert window, it's exactly the same now. Okay, you just follow this, play the sound, set up the sound. And so just for generally, for as a general statement for people who don't know that we have sound alerts or new to the program, you can set up sound alerts. The idea is to put a different sound alert for the different alert windows. You can put one of them text to speech if you want. You don't have to, of course, but you can put one of them text to speech. And of course, the idea of putting a different sound alert for the different windows is because when you hear a sound alert, if, for instance, if you put text to speech for all of them, you'll never know which window to look at. Okay, I know it sounds obvious, or it should sound obvious. So that's the whole idea. You put a different sound alert. So if you put one of your windows text to speech, if you want, you don't have to. Otherwise, you click on the use custom sound and select. And then here are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can highlight a sound alert, highlight it, open it, play it. If you like it, you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound alert gets attached to that window. Okay? No, I can't, Kyle. You might like that, okay, but a lot of people won't. So I actually did a survey or a poll a while back asking actually if I could play music and the majority of people said no. So first of all, my alerts, what would they mean? You wouldn't know. You don't know what from what window it's coming. So all right, guys, on mute now. You have a break from my voice for a while. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I just popped in that BBBY. It looks like it's trying to move. While I was gone, man, an apron, blue apron, just absolutely roared higher. And now, of course, did the typical thing, came right back down. I'm just trying to see if there's okay, HelloFresh raises FY 2021 revenue growth guidance. So this is Blue Apron obviously has a tie-in. That's a tie-in to Blue Apron. Just looking at the news. Starting to see some pops here, guys. Some of these beaten stocks that were beaten up a lot earlier, like Palantir, PLTR. Starting to see some little bit of movement now. There's an hour of being up. LFMD. Let's take a look at LFMD. Life Med. Yeah, I mean, if it wants to come back. I mean, another one blasted, just completely and utterly beaten up. Horrible IPO. LifeMD calls short report claims false. Will take appropriate legal action. Who are the ones who Culpet? I don't know them. Another one of those short sellers. Culpet. Culper. Sorry, CULPR. Don't know them at all, but well, they may be wrong, but they sure influence the market of this stock. So classic, a little bit of a rebuttal from the company, but who's listening? Okay, one moment, please. Getting so tired of looking at these charts. I mean, these just choppy, 15-minute chart, choppy. No, there's that Maxin. I can't remember when we first looked at it. maybe up here at 2017. Definitely on the 20 break, MAXN. It really hasn't had any sort of a pop. MAXN continues down here. Somebody said, is this a financing? Somebody said, I can't remember. Where are they out of? That's an interesting looking flag. Singapore, okay. ETWO from Real. Another one firing higher here. Looking at a potential short. All right, guys. Well, I basically covered the GSK flat. I was got a little greedy, had a little 20-cent pop in it that I could have taken, but I was hoping that it would. I'm going to keep an eye on it, maybe later on, to see if it really wants to challenge this bottoming tail. It has to really break out of here, though. Oh boy, we're scrounging for 5 cents now, Zach. I know you can't hear me, but so really, you said you're only looking at 10 minutes and more, so no more 2 or 5. Okay, I'm going to test this out. Look at this 2 minute. I know you're not looking at the 2 anymore, but the 2-minute chart. There's the ADMA on the 2-minute chart for ETWO. See if it takes that out, and that might give us the short trigger for ETWO. Don't know how dynamic this is going to be. I'm just looking at the time in sales, and there's just not a lot. Well, a little more action now. I'm just looking at the time in sales. The bid ask is great, but just not a lot of action. You see, the volume is just dried up. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I got you. Okay, just hugging that 8 EMA on the 2-minute chart is ETWO. All right, well, this could be an interesting one tomorrow. It's kind of holding its gains. I'm talking about the TSP. This is TSP, an IPO today. Let's take a look. I just want to say who's behind it, see who's behind it. And the answer is, let's display this. TSP, too simple. Okay, what do they do? Autonomous technology, which is revolutionizing the 4 trillion global truck freight. Okay. And who's behind it? Wow, some pretty big ones. Bank of America, Cowen, Credit Suisse, Numeric. Wow, it's pretty international. All right, so interesting. Price range was 40 to 40. So actually, it is kind of underperforming. 33 million shares, $40. So what I'm going to do is maybe for tomorrow, what did it hit? It hit 40, literally only $40. So kind of underperforming. I guess, I'm sorry, it hit 41.50. Let's stick an alert at 40. And maybe that takes it out tomorrow. All right, we might be getting ready here real on the ETWO. I'm just looking at that ADMA on the 2-minute chart. Let's see if it crashes through that. Maybe he meant question mark, looking like a good buy. I didn't even look, I'm sorry, I forgot to look. Yeah, what do you see? All right, I'm going to stick an alert around 10:39 for ETWO and see if it takes it out. Halted on code news. Oh, code. I see code. News pending. All right, guys, it's 2:41, so just a little recap. Not a recap so much as going over a few things. So I just want to talk a little bit about the test drive. So if you want to sign up for it, you're not signing up for it. All you're doing with that link is to get a notification when it's going to start, which will be May the 10th, run to the 21st. It's 10 trading days. It'll tell you how much it's going to cost. You'll get an email about 10 days, probably about maybe 10 days, but at least a week before it actually starts. So again, if you fill the form out, that's all you're doing. You're just filling it out so that you want to be notified exactly how to sign up for the test drive. Test drive will give you 10 full trading days with trading days for $8.99, give you access to our full premium service. The only thing you can't do will be to auto trade the AI, which we don't recommend anyway, with like a real account like IB or E-Trade. Okay, it's the only thing you won't be able to do, but we don't recommend doing that anyway. So, but that is the test drive, so you can sign up for that. And the strength alerts. If you're just sort of sitting in this room thinking, well, you know what, I can't really day trade. I can't really sit around and watch a computer all day long. So if you click on the strength alerts for $17 every Monday morning, you'll be sent 5 potential trades. Okay, and that'll be for the whole week. And these are, if you click on the link, you'll see how they're calculated, or why they're calculated, what we mean by the strength alerts. It's a ranking system. So it's the top 5, which will be sent out every Monday morning. This is also available. It is not, and that's $17 a month, okay? But if you're a customer already, a standard or a premium subscriber right now, if you click on new and then channel bar, you'll see that you have access to them. Okay, you have access to them right there. When you click on it, you'll see, not only will you see them, but you'll see the blurb that when people subscribe to it, they get a little description why it is one of them, okay? So that is available if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas right now. Good eve to you, Thomas. And one last look at my web page, or my home page. Lots of information there. So what I would do is I would just save my link, because there's a lot of information that you might want to refer to from time to time. Of course, this is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right here with a promo code. But the trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do, but also all the scans I'm sharing. Okay, including my layout, but a lot of other scans that I share. And from time to time, I will change this up. Or what I might do, I might change up the filters from within the scans. But I may add a scan, take one out, so it can change. And this is the education section right here. And again, the 20 lessons, daily support, YouTube from 12 to 1. The free trading room, that's this room here. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All this is free, just sign up for them. Educational videos. And if you're new to trading, great little series. 36 short clips, starting literally off with what is a stock, okay? So, I mean, if you're brand new to trading, wondering, well, is it right for me, or how would I even get started? And I think this is a great way to get started, if you're brand new to trading. Did it take out the high? Okay, that's why I haven't seen a trigger yet. I had my trigger down here around 1039, but it's it's moving higher. So I mean, maybe that'll be, I don't know if I'll be around, but it'll give us maybe a better short opportunity. Yeah, that was the news here. Obviously, that was the news on that day. So that's 4 days ago. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 4 days ago, and that's all the volume that came in. Huge volume day. Didn't couldn't hold it. So they announced on what do we know, Wednesday or Thursday? So they announced on Friday, I guess, William. Huge volume, but couldn't hold it. Sounds good, but nobody cares. And we're talking FUBO, FUBO. Siri, nothing in the channels have been back tested. Okay, these are just ideas. Just like here, these are just ideas. Okay, the only thing that's been back tested is the AI. That's it. The back testing is, generally speaking, is used by people who want to create their own strategies and back test them. Okay, but everything else in the channels, they're just ideas. Just like this is an idea, not back tested. I don't care about back testing it. Oh, well, you're more than welcome, Demetrius. You say shutting down the room at 3 p.m. I'll always stay later if there are questions. Yeah, Bally is still halted. Yes, Bally is still halted. So that news yesterday, Bally acquires the Tropicana. Tropicana, wow, that's a classic old Las Vegas. That's one of the first ones. I think that's one of the first ones that was built back in the 50s. With Bugsy Siegel and all. If you watch those, you ever watch that movie? I think the Trop is one of the very first ones. Second or third? Okay, thank you, Sam, a historian, a Vegas historian. Well, I wasn't around then. I'm just saying, but the movie, I can't remember when the movie came out. One of those gangster movies in the 90s. Bugsy, in fact, that's what it was, right? It wasn't Bagsy, but that's close. Is that Warren Beatty? Warren Beatty? Yeah, Warren Beatty. Yeah. I think I said it before you. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. No, I wouldn't. I don't cheat. I don't cheat like you, Sam. Well, if we're going to continue in this sort of market tomorrow, I'm going to pay a lot more attention to especially the gap down and goes. Because even though the market is been up, and I hope I'm not stuck here. Uh, has this moved at all? I don't know. This might be stuck. Is the Dow still up 284 and Nas up 165 and the SPY 41? Are those? I can't. Sometimes on my end anyway, it gets stuck. No, I'm looking at the SPY. It's been pretty flat for a long time. Is it stuck, John? I am stuck. No. Okay, I'm not stuck. Okay, thank you. Thank you. At any rate, I'm going to be probably paying more attention to the gap down and goes tomorrow. Not saying take it in the first 15 minutes, but just seeing too many, hardly any gap, even though the market is up, I'm hardly seeing any gap up and goes. I mean, have to go all the way back here, and they were terrible. I mean, they certainly did not continue. So I think I'm going to pay a little more attention to the gap down and go tomorrow. Now, it depends on the market. Yeah, I wanted to. We have an audience in here, Real, that delicate ears. And so I decided to make the change. Very close, William. Yes, yes. I think it actually still says that in the. Oh, heck, let's just take a look at it. I haven't looked at this for a long time. Where my gappers. I actually created this one. Where is it? Where are you? Boy. Here we are. Trade the gap. Here we go. There we go. Cover your eyes, everybody. Horrors, I know. So believe it or not, when I shut down the room, the only thing I'm going to look at again is that JSK. I'm very intrigued to see if it just starts to really give it up and get close down to that big bottoming tail that we saw at 8 o'clock this morning, 8 o'clock Eastern time. This bottoming tail here. See if it at some point it really breaks out of this and just starts to really cascade downwards. Whoa, late alert. Flexion. It's late because I had to take out the high of the day, and there's the high of the day on that opening 15-minute candle. It drifted down, 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 and now it just took it out. That's why we're getting such a late alert. Flexion's interesting. I mean, it has the room maybe. There's the 200-day moving average, 1165 or so, 1166. So it has it has $2 until that point. But I mean, it's just very. That's what the volume is. We need some big volume days, in these. I mean, it's only 1.2 times. Look at the base. Look at that 15-minute chart for a coin. Put you to sleep right there. And as Rob is saying, a little bit of a dump here. But for the longest period, look at this. I mean, that's how, what are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 2.5 hours of absolutely doing nothing on an incredibly anticipated IPO. Snarky sludge. I agree. I agree. This has been very. I hope I'm not. I'm talking about next week with earnings plays. I mean, it should be a little more active. There's no question. It has to be a little more active. WRI is actually an AI alert. I didn't see that until right now, actually. So again, guys, tomorrow if we see something like one of those bios and it's a virus play, really concentrate. I mean, this is kind of my miss. I mean, I did want to short this one, but I missed the boat right here. Then it popped, and then I got distracted. But when we see one of these virus plays pop in the pre-market, pay a lot of attention because I just think they're going to fizzle. Especially these cheaper ones. And not just the virus plays. I mean, yesterday it was MBRX, I think. There were two. Yeah, like there were two. This is another one that had a nice pop in the pre-market on news, such as it was. Market opens, just fades all day long. There was another one too, I can't remember. This one was shortable, I think, for me. I'm looking now. Yes, it was shortable. There was another Galt. Galt was the other one. I think it almost did exactly the same thing. Galt popped in the pre-market and just, So we see, again, I would concentrate on some of these bios. And if you have shorts available, don't lose sight of it. And that's tomorrow. So just, you do your pre-market work to identify, the potential of some of these bios just fizzling once the market opens. And to do your pre-market work, I mean, many ways to do it, of course, but this is what I do. From my homepage, just click, where are you? Okay, just click. And then in my scan section, these are the 4 that I use. Gap up and down shared, pre-market, actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use to identify the stocks that are moving in the pre-market. All right, guys, any more questions? If there are questions, I will stick around. If not, I'll shut the room down. I know you're kidding. I want to pin my windows. I know you're kidding. Who were you before? You're funny. Oh, Locutus. Well, Locutus, you'll be very happy to know I'm still, what am I on? Still loving my Sirius. First wave 80s or 90s, something like that. Love that music. It's just gets me going. Just in case you're wondering why Locutus used to work for Sirius in the old days. So, and he's been in this room almost from day one. And you're welcome, Vansha. ETWO. Yeah, well, it did break down. It did break down through even the 2 minutes. So, okay, let's see if I'll do this once I shut this room down so I can concentrate on it. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. So I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. And tomorrow is Friday. So have a great evening. And again, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Just a minute. Just give me a moment here. Gotta shut down the room officially. I'm having a tough time shutting it down. Okay, there we go.